Dear colleague, a couple of weeks ago, you attended the first annual Equity in Education conference. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for standing with us here at Educational Equity Services as part of the conference, but also as part of our wider work. As you know, at Educational Equity Services, we are trying to model equity in all we do, and that is why I'm pleased to welcome contributions to our journal from teachers, leaders, academics, anyone, as long as you feel you've got something to contribute and you feel you're ready to submit it for public review and scrutiny. We would be happy to receive your submissions. You also remember that we have the first accredited CPD program in the country in equity, inclusion, and organizational diversity. And we have trained on this program in the last year approximately 25 persons at fellowship level, at membership level, at associate level, with accreditation from the Institute for Leadership and Management. This has been really good for us because we have trained not only teachers, head teachers, executive head teachers, deputy head teachers, assistant head teachers on this program, but we've also trained people in the charity sector and also in the nuclear sector and other sectors as well. So I think it's really important for us to understand that our work here is not only confined to education, in particular around our training offer in our accredited CPD. Furthermore, we have the Inclusive Curriculum Framework Inventory, which we have developed here and have mapped to the Inclusive Curriculum Framework. So if colleagues are seriously thinking about inclusivizing their curriculum, then this is where you need to turn, so we can help you by A, introducing you to the Inclusive Curriculum Framework, and B, supporting you inclusivizing your curriculum through our Inclusive Curriculum Framework Inventory. We are delighted, colleagues, to stand with you as you have stood with us. Now back to the conference. We had 3 wonderful afternoon sessions of important contributions and reflections from academics, practitioners, researchers, school leaders, PhD students, moms, and so on. On day 1, we had the theme of faith, class, and sexuality, and we had contributions from Andrew Moffat, author and teacher at Green Meadow Primary School. We had contributions from Jerry Robinson, executive head teacher, Haringey Learning Partnership, from Alicia Lewis, deputy head teacher, St. Mary's Pritwell Church of England Primary School. We had on day 2 on the theme well-being, emotional, mental health, and disability, contributions from Dr. Susan Culshaw at the University of Hertfordshire, had contribution from Tracy Edwards from Leeds Beckett University, and also from Donna Marie Holder, a doctoral researcher at Brunel University, London, and as she wants to describe herself as an autism mom, which is so important for us to think about that as well. On day 3, we had contributions on race, gender, and identity. And we had contributions from Alana Gay, head teacher and co-founder of BAMED, from Dr. James Lane, executive head teacher at St. Francis de Sales Federation, and Dr. Roxanne Khan, looking at honor killing, who is also the director of harm at the University of Central Lancashire. Grateful as well to have been joined by so many people from the universities, from schools, from sector organizations, including the Chartered College of Teaching, and so on. And of course, we're grateful to our chairs, Dr. Kenesha Linton, Professor Jonathan Glazard, and also Dr. Deborah Outwaite. Colleagues, we have done a lot in the last year, and the conference, we hope, will be a fixture on the conference calendar each year, so that in 10 years' time, the annual Equity in Education Conference will become something of importance for everyone in the sector, from nursery to university, and even beyond the sector, where we can share ideas, case studies of practice, and so much more. Thank you, colleagues, for standing with us. And just to remind you, we are standing with you, and we are grateful for your support. See you next year. Take care and be safe.
People out. And an example of how that worked in practice was that I did come out in Parkfield School after a couple of years of doing No Outsiders to no comeback whatsoever. It's absolutely fine. 2016, that was when I came out. And I remember taking some boys to a minibus, to an Aston Villa football match. I was a minibus driver. And I remember a boy saying to me, he said, very politely, he said, can I ask you a question? He said, why did you choose to be gay? I said, that's a great question. That's a great question. I'll answer it by asking you a question. I said, why did you choose to have brown skin? He said, I didn't choose to have brown skin. I said, I know. I didn't choose to be gay. It's just who I am. He said, can I ask you another question? In mosques, they say you can't be gay, but you say you can be gay. So which one is it? So I said, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's different ideas about this, and we can talk about it and debate it. And that's the great thing about living in the UK is you can have these discussions, these debates, and we might actually end up disagreeing. But that's okay. We can still have respect for each other. We can still get along. And I still, to this day, can't think of a better way to answer that question. Because what else am I going to say? Am I going to say, well, mosque is wrong? No, I'm not going to say that. Mosque isn't wrong, but I'm also not wrong. And we both live in that community. So what do? We coexist. We have respect for each other. We coexist. And it just worked fantastically. It worked fantastically at Parkfield School for about 4 years. I started doing talks in different schools, you know, Ofsted, I'll go outstanding, and they call it a key strength. And then you'll be aware of the protest that happened. The protest happened out of the blue, very frustratingly, because of the RSE guidance. And because RSE is basically watery, there's loopholes in RSE. It's not clear whether schools are being forced to teach LGBT or not. In fact, it is clear they're not. The line for primary schools is primary schools are strongly encouraged and enabled to teach LGBT content, which isn't the same as should, which secondary schools are. So parents were able to say, you haven't got to teach this, so why are you? And the problem was, it was the campaign was led not by parents at my school, but by people outside my school who were very quick to jump on the fact that I was this global teacher entrant. So I was, you know, this narrative that I was on a global stage forcing Muslim children to celebrate LGBT. That was the narrative, and forcing Muslim children to to be gay, actually. You know, it was ridiculous things, you know, coming out, and it became quite hysterical. It became quite, you know, very, very, very difficult. But you know what, people? You know what? 2 years later on, guess what Parkfield School are doing? They're doing No Outsiders. You know, it fizzled out. It lasted for 6 months, and it was horrific for 6 months. We paused No Outsiders. We've re-engaged with parents. Even though we engaged with parents at the beginning, 4 years previously, we've re-engaged. And from September 2019, we're doing No Outsiders staff wear, No Outsiders lanyards. We have posters up in every classroom. You know, it's like the whole thing never happened. So what do you learn from that? What do you learn from that? Well, you learn that, society shifts, things change, ideas change, but you also learn that you keep going. You keep going because, it's not the case that everyone was against No Outsiders or the work that we're doing. The parents that were for it were not being seen on the news because they weren't interesting. It was the parents and the people in the community that were, angry about it, that were being seen on the news, and we worked together and we worked through it, and now it's gone. Those products have gone. So, you keep going. You don't give up. I've got 6 minutes left. So what can I tell you? I want to show you some books, and I want to show practically how we do this work in primary schools. So it's all based on picture books. There's a new scheme that's got 42 picture books in it. I can't tell you how many are LGBT. Well, there are no LGBT books. There are books with LGBT characters in them. But it's all based on, difference, diversity, and loving difference. I want children to love difference, not be frightened of difference, actually, not be frightened of it, to love it. Oh, there's someone talking now. Let me show you a couple of books. These actually aren't in the scheme because they're published afterwards, but I've got a website, www.no-outsiders.com, where every time there's a new book that comes out that I like, I stick it on the website with a lesson plan. This came out a couple of months ago, and it's perfect for No Outsiders. Perfect for empathy, for thinking about language that we use. So it's called What Happened to You, and it's about a boy called Joe, who happens to have one leg, and people keep saying to him, "You've only got one leg," said a kid. "Yep," said Joe, "you just crossed my sock." He keeps trying to move them away back to his game, but they keep saying, "What happened to you?" They keep saying, "Did it fall off? Did it fall down the toilet? Are you hiding it? Did a shark eat it? Did a crocodile eat it?" And he keeps he puts up basically with these answers, but basically we see here how the questions make him feel. He is an outsider in this story. Why does he want to tell people what happened to his leg? Why should he? What's the impact of their question? In the end, he makes friends with them, and a little girl says, Simone, they all play, and she says, later Simone said, "Do you ever get bored of that question about your leg that you don't have? What do you think?" says Joe. Simone did not answer to that, but Joe had a question of his own. "Do you still want to know what happened?" "No," said Simone, and Joe seemed happy with that. So we never find out what happened to his leg, because actually it doesn't matter, does it? Now, that is a fantastic No Outsiders book, because it really gets children to think about the language that they use, about why someone might feel like an outsider, and what we can do in our school to make sure that everyone feels that they are welcome. I'm just going to say one more book, and I'm going to tell you about a 70 picture, and then I'll move on. So I read this today to my class. I'm in year 4, because when children came this morning, they were definitely down about the football. Actually more so than I thought it would be. Actually, 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds, really excited on Friday about the football. I really think they hadn't occurred to them that we might lose. All this is coming home stuff. I really think it hadn't occurred to them that it might not come home. So what do? We talk about our feelings, don't we? And this is a fantastic book to really address that toxic masculinity that is around at the moment and around in the media. There's a book I use in my scheme called The Girls by the same author, which is Laura Nason and Jenny Lovely. And I read a companion to it, which came out this year, called The Boys. And it's just perfect to talk about, boys, role models to boys. The whole point is that these boys are all friends, they're best friends, they play in a group together, they do everything together. But then as they grow up, they start to move apart a bit. They do things on their own. And it says, the successes which said what's being shared now felt empty, because they don't talk anymore about successes. They knew they had to be able to talk about their feelings, but it wasn't easy. They came to realise that no boy is an island, and the bravest way to face problems is to talk and listen. They learn to be patient and kind one another again, making their friendship stronger than ever. And in the end, they grow up and they become friends. And one of them happens to be gay as well, which is super. And it ends up, they say, the older they grew, the less the men took their brotherhood for granted. They knew if their friendship would always been back together, just like waves returning to the shore. So what a super book to talk to young children about what friendship is, and what I love about that book as well is that even though it's not mentioned in the text, you see one of them marrying another man, and that's how you do this work in primary schools. You don't have a gay lesson, or a gay book, you just drip it in to lessons. You know, you use representations in it all the time. You know, hackers should have representation. Well, I've got 2 minutes, so very, very quickly. I also do lots of assembly pictures. And again, if you look on my website, you find assembly plans. I do 2 a week, and we do 2 in our week Nightside assemblies. The whole point of Nightside assemblies is that it makes the Nightsiders real. We use real events, you know, current news events, you know, communication stories, and you know, to link to what No Outsiders means. So recently I did one about taking a knee, for example. You know, why people taking a knee in football games? Why are some people booing? What do we do about that? What would we do in our school? Do you have to take the knee? You know, loads of great questions you can have, you know, with kids about that. But recently it was a story that was a gift for me, an absolutely wonderful story about Alderney, which is a Channel Island. About 1,000 people live on it. They had their second ever Gay Pride March 2 Saturdays ago, and it's lovely. You know, about 100 people went on it, a big disco in the community hall afterwards. And 2 men, Mr. Priest and his husband, went on Channel Island News afterwards, as to say how great, you know, that we have gay pride on Channel Islands. They're going to get married actually 3 years ago on Channel Islands. Now, lots of people said that it was great to go on television, but they also had a nasty letter. The letter said something like, you put me off my dinner, seeing you and your husband with your arm on each other. My grandchild said, why has he got his hand on the other one's knee? You should be in the circus, you should be ashamed of yourself. So what happened as a result of that letter? They put it on social media, and lots of people started writing letters to them to say, do you know what, you're all right actually. And then Guernsey did a free post address and asked everyone, if you want to send a letter to them, send a letter to them. What a wonderful thing for a primary school to do. So that's what we did. My school, we sent 200 letters last weekend to Mr. Priest and his partner about that, you know, that experience. So I've got 1 minute left, so I'm going to read you one of the letters from this Year 5 child. Dear Mr. Priest Jones, I'm writing to both of you to talk about the disgusting letter that you received. Me and my class all agreed the letter was a disgrace, and we were appalled when we saw it. Don't listen to what they said. You are both very brave people to go on television in front of everyone. By going on TV, you are helping other families and their children to know it's okay to be different. In the letter, they said a couple is a man and a woman, it always will be. But that's not true. A couple means two. If you look in a dictionary, it's not a couple has to be a man and a woman. A couple is just 2 people who love each other. In our school, we welcome and support No Outsiders, and that's from a child in Year 5. So all the letters were like that. They were absolutely beautiful. We didn't force children to write them. No one had to, but you know what? Everyone wanted to, because I feel that inclusion and this work, it drips out of children. They love being inclusive. You know, they're passionate about it. Right, it's 4:25. That is exactly 17 minutes. So I'm very pleased with myself that I made it. Thanks everyone for listening, and I'll over to questions.
Superb self-timing there, Andrew. Thanks very much. We really appreciate that, because we really want to run to time tonight. So our theme is sexuality, class and faith today. The burning question for you before we move on to Jerry's session is, have you spent any time thinking about the impact of class on the work that you do in No Outsiders?
No. No, I mean, I'll be honest, no, not really. I'm interested. I mean, obviously it's relevant, you know, class can make you feel like an outsider, absolutely, you know. So, you know, our job in primary schools is to make sure that regardless of your background, you know, you achieve the best that you can and that you are given the same opportunities. So yeah, okay, I was flippantly, I said no, but obviously, you know, actually we are talking about equal opportunities, aren't we, and equity, and because education is the key, isn't it? You know, so to out of deprivation and poverty. I work in an area of poverty in Birmingham, you know, and it's about making sure that children understand, you know, that they have the same opportunities, you know, as everyone else.
Yeah, great. Okay, so those, you know, typical intersectional links to all the things that those of us who work in disadvantaged areas experience every day. Yeah, so that multifaceted nature of disadvantage, and we all know that that research links everything through. We've got some really lovely comments, including a comment here from Alison Peacock saying, "Thank you, Andrew, fascinating and passionate in your work." So that's really great, and bang on time. I'm going to move over to Jerry. Thank you very much for your conversation, Andrew. Don't go anywhere, because we'll have questions for you once the other 2 speakers have done their presentations today.
Thanks, Deb. And I think somebody is going to show the slides for me.
That's
terrible at sharing things.
Right, that's happening right now.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so as Deb said, I'm Jerry Robinson and I'm Executive Head Teacher of Haringey Learning Partnership. Just a bit of context to that, Haringey Learning Partnership is a network of alternative provision schools and some services, including outreach services, that works in and exists in the London Borough of Haringey. The part of it which I'm based in is Commerce House, which is what was traditionally called a pupil referral unit. And that's based kind of on the Tottenham Wood Green border. And the reason I'm talking about this role and Haringey Learning Partnership today is I thought that it would be useful to think about how we develop LGBTQ plus inclusive organisations. I came new into this role in September, so have first-hand experience of doing this work in a brand new organisation. The organisation was brought under local authority control in September, renamed, and it is very much a new organisation. That's not to say that this is work that I've just started doing since September. It's work that I've always thought is important throughout my career. And that focus on inclusivity, but also equity, has been key to everything that I do. But why is it still important, and why is it important work in every organisation? Well, I think it's important to say, first of all, that the legacy of Section 28 does continue. I know that many people think we've moved on, that times are different now. We don't need to worry about LGBT plus inclusivity in the same way. But actually, if we think about the legacy of Section 28, you know, I was still in school under Section 28. I was educated throughout Section 28. When I was at school, there weren't any LGBTQ plus role models in my school. My only experience in school of people talking about LGBT plus people was in terms of using homophobic cusses. I went to school in Newcastle in the northeast of England, but I'm sure the experience was the same across the country. I would go home where I would hear my dad saying that all gay people should be shot and buried in a pit. And that was then reinforced back in school, where I would hear just homophobic slurs. People who were a bit different or maybe didn't fit in with the popular crowd would regularly be called gay or lesbian. And it was never challenged, not in the whole time that I was in school. And Section 28 had a key role to play in that, because of course, I'm sure everybody's aware, but that was a British law that prohibited the promotion of homosexuality. And it wasn't actually lifted until 2003, which is actually, you know, relatively recent in our history. But where are we since 2003? Well, the Stonewall School Report of 2017 told us very clearly that almost half of LGBT plus pupils still face bullying at school for being LGBT plus. And you can see that the horrific stats and figures there are around how many young LGBT people have self-harmed or have attempted to take their own lives. And those figures are horrific, and they mean that we cannot afford to pretend that everything is okay. This is 2017. I know that if this survey was done again in 2021, I wouldn't be convinced that we've moved that far forward. I think we would still see some pretty horrific figures. And, you know, these are reasons why we need to do the work. But I think we also know that if young people are going to school and they're being bullied, or they don't feel that they're welcome, or they don't feel included in that environment, then they're not likely to engage successfully in their education. And if they're not engaging successfully in their education, we know that their outcomes, where they go after they leave school, that could all be changed. And in order for young people to be successful in school, they need to feel happy, they need to feel included, they need to feel that they can be themselves. And you only have to look at some of the hate crime statistics to see how shocking those figures still are. 2018 to 19, so really recently, 14,491 crimes committed against people because of their sexual orientation. And these figures are all there. We know that more offences are being reported, but prosecutions have fallen. And there is an argument that actually these issues in some ways are becoming worse. We read, you know, in the news and, you know, across the UK, but across the globe, particularly around crimes against transgender people. And I think we all need to look at what is happening and commit further to challenging this in our schools. And, you know, the DFE has supported that. There is guidance now for the relationships, health and sex education, that we should include age appropriate teaching about different types of relationships in the context of the law. And this is a massive move forward and a really welcome move forward. And alongside that, Ofsted have supported that move, saying that they are going to be looking at schools' readiness to comply with that guidance from January 2021. And I think both of those things are incredibly important in terms of the work we do in schools and other education organisations. Because we all know that a more inclusive world is a better world for all of us. And I think, you know, I've said it already, but I've worked in multiple schools throughout my career, all in inner city areas and areas of socioeconomic deprivation. In all of those schools, there has been work around values and inclusivity that have meant actually, ultimately, young people have been more successful. So it's not, I think sometimes we can think it's either or, that raising attainment and pushing for academic success in schools and doing work on equality, that they're mutually exclusive. But actually, I would argue really strongly that those things need to be done hand in hand. And actually, when schools become more inclusive, more welcoming environments where people feel genuinely that they can be themselves, then young people are much more likely to succeed. So I want to talk just about some of the ways in which schools and organisations can become more LGBTQ plus inclusive. And I think in order to do that, we have to think about the barriers and what is it that stops us from doing this work. And I had to think about this, and I think there are some more obvious barriers, but there are also some more subtle barriers that I think can have an impact on schools, organisations doing this work. And I know that Andrew referred to some of them just before in what he was saying about the experience that he had after coming out in assembly. But I think some of the things that get in the way of this work are misconceptions about what certain religious groups or communities might think about the LGBT plus community. And I think people can be very stereotypical in what they think that religious groups might think. And I think that's can be and has been in some schools a barrier to actually doing the work, because a judgment is made that certain faith groups are going to have difficulty in accepting that work being done in schools. And I think there is also a misconception that homophobia, biphobia and transphobia are no longer an issue in society. And I think we only have to look at those facts and figures that I shared on the earlier slide to know that that's not the case. Time constraints. People in schools, we know we always have a huge amount to do. We're always having different things to focus on. We've had the challenge of COVID-19 this year. We're busy people, and it can be seen that this isn't a priority, that we haven't got time to be doing this work. There's also a fear quite often in schools that this work wouldn't be supported by the leadership team or governors. And I think it is really key that it's work that everybody gets on board with. Not knowing where to start, absolutely. It can feel massive. Where do we start? And I'm going to talk about that in a little while as to why actually I think that we have to approach this in a very holistic way and think about all aspects of the school rather than think just about one big one-off event. Sometimes I think people think that it's quicker or easier than it actually is, and I've seen that happen. And from my own experience, sometimes we launch headfirst into something thinking that we just need one big event and everybody's going to become more inclusive, and actually that's far from the truth. I think that sometimes that we can get stuck in just looking at LGBT plus History Month or just looking at Pride Month and actually forget about the whole year round, the importance of this being something we talk about throughout the academic year. Embarrassment and awkwardness can sometimes be a barrier for people, and I think that again is something that is hard to move beyond, and it's something that we need to really work with all of our staff and students to overcome. And Andrew mentioned as well the fear of backlash from parents and carers, and I think again that's something that there can be misconceptions about. There can be a real fear, there can be people assuming what parents and carers will think, and often assuming the worst, and often making very judgmental views about parents and carers from different faith groups or parents and carers from different ethnicities, and assuming that we know what is going to be said or thought. And so these are some of the barriers that can get in the way, but I'm going to talk about the reason why these barriers are not things that we should let stop us from doing the work. So quite often people ask me, well, where do we start? And it can be really tempting, I think, to be loud and proud during LGBT plus History Month or Pride Month. You know, sometimes, and I've seen it done where schools haven't done any work before, and then all of a sudden it gets to LGBT History Month, the rainbow bunting comes out, and it's all about making a big, loud public statement. Quite often that meets with a backlash. And the reason it meets with a backlash is because it's not embedded, and people don't understand the work, they don't understand why we're doing it. So what I would say is that these events are important, and they're definitely a time to celebrate and reflect on how your organization and community, how far you've come as an organization or a community. But in order for them to be valuable, to be successful, to be really meaningful, and not kind of tick box events, say, oh yeah, we did something for LGBT History Month. In order for that to happen, we really have to work hard to embed an LGBTQ plus inclusive approach throughout the school. And that's not just talking about the rainbow bunting, which I love rainbow bunting, don't get me wrong. You can do the rainbow bunting, but alongside the rainbow bunting, we have to have consideration of the school's values. We have to have a curriculum which is LGBTQ plus inclusive. But most importantly, we need to look at all of our policies. Are our staff policies, our policies for everybody, are they LGBTQ plus inclusive? You know, so how does this thread through absolutely everything that we do in the school? That might sound huge, and it might sound like a really big thing to start with. And I think you have to start small, but the first point is to think about what your vision is as an organization, but also what are your values as an organization. And I think I'm sharing these as examples because this is the vision and the values we at Haringey Learning Partnership that we drew up in September and October this academic year. So again, I'm talking about, you know, from experience of starting from scratch in a new organization. And these values put together with the help of the governors, parents and carers, students and staff members. It took an awful lot of work to make sure that everybody's views were represented before we reached a point where we thought we had something that everybody agreed and everybody was on board with. And the reason why I talk about starting with vision and values, and I've highlighted some of the vision and some of the values in particular. So the reason why I start with this is because, and it's not my phrase, so I can't take any credit for it, but you will have heard maybe Mary Myatt, who writes a lot on curriculum. She talks about values, the importance of values being lived and not laminated. And that's something that stays with me always, because I've been in plenty of schools and organizations, including ones that I've worked in myself, where there have been values very beautifully laminated and stuck on the walls in every classroom. But I've heard people, you know, being homophobic or racist or sexist or not treating young people in a way that they deserve to be treated. And yet those values have stuck there very firmly laminated on the wall. So that importance of values being lived and not laminated is key. And like Andrew said earlier, it doesn't always have to be explicitly talking about LGBTQ plus rights, although there is a time and place for that. And I would argue that's important at very key points. But in terms of values, in terms of vision, what we're talking about is about celebrating diversity. You can see it on the green poster on the right-hand side. We celebrate diversity, value kindness, we value kindness, and we challenge prejudice. And again, that was a value that was brought together by all of the stakeholders concerned. It's not just about LGBTQ plus inclusivity, but you can see very much where that fits in that value. If you look at the vision, you can see there's some key points in the vision there. So we work hard to understand each young person's individual needs. And that's really key, thinking about identity. We work hard to understand each young person, whether that's that they have LGBT plus parents, whether that's that they identify themselves as non-binary and would like to use they, them pronouns. But it's about understanding each individual. And then that last point in the vision is that we engender a sense of belonging and encourage each young person to be proud of who they are. So I think throughout both of these, you can see where very much LGBTQ plus inclusivity sits and why it feeds through everything that we do at HLP. And these values, this vision, they inform our school development plan, all of our policies, our behaviour policy, everything that we do in the school is informed by our values and our vision. So therefore that idea of equity and inclusivity threads through everything that we do. So when we do have those big events, it's very much through a sense of this being embedded across the school. And as it says here, it's a team effort, and I think that's really important. I think it's really important that this work isn't just led by one person. It's not something that is just, you know, the gay member of staff's piece of work, that they have to do this. And it's vital, I think, that LGBTQ plus staff are not overlooked or silenced, but they're not made to feel like they're the only ones speaking up about LGBTQ plus rights. I think it's very easy, if that is the case, for the work to be dismissed or not seen as valuable. And I know that I've certainly thought myself sometimes that when I talk about LGBTQ plus rights, people can think that I'm just talking about it because of my own identity, or that I have a certain LGBTQ plus agenda that's because of my own experiences or identity. So I think it's really important that we make sure that all staff feel empowered, if they want to talk up about LGBTQ plus inclusivity. And I've talked there about the fine balance of ensuring staff feel safe to speak up and not burdening them solely with the weight of developing an LGBTQ plus inclusive school. It has to be collaborative. It has to bring everybody on board and, you know, ask questions. You know, I feel that at HLP, staff have been brought on board massively over the course of the last year, and now really understand the importance of this work. So then when we are putting up the rainbow bunting, which you can see in the picture there, everybody is getting involved, and everybody understands why this work around LGBTQ plus inclusion is part of what we do as a school, because it fits very much with our values and it fits very much with our vision. And being aware of that intersectionality and thinking about, you know, issues around race, disability, class, how they all intersect with LGBTQ plus issues. And it's important that everybody within the school body, whether that's students or staff, or governors or parents and carers, but that everyone's given the space and the support to contribute. So the curriculum is key in this. And I think that, as I said, and Mary Meyer is somebody who I referred to earlier, because she uses those terms, the values being lived and not laminated. And she's one person who I think it has some important advice here, but there are lots and lots of resources out there in terms of embedding and developing and embedding an LGBTQ plus curriculum. And it's important that it's not just a few subjects. Again, I've been in schools where it's the PSHE curriculum, or perhaps it's, I don't know, English, because it's perhaps seen as an easier way to embed this work, because we can look at, and I've got a display there, so it's not something that I'm saying shouldn't happen, but LGBTQ plus literature in the curriculum. But actually thinking about all subjects. So when we're talking or studying, you know, artists in art, are those artists representative of the LGBTQ plus community? How do we explore some of these issues throughout history? You know, what's the geography of LGBTQ plus and human rights? So I think it's about how this is embedded throughout the curriculum. So it's not seen as kind of just a one subject thing, oh, that's what we talk about in PSHE, which I have had students say to me before, but it's just something that comes part and parcel of everything that you do in the school. And you saw on that earlier slide as well, just some of the displays that I think it's important to have around the school as well, because it's about, again, people realizing that this isn't just about February, LGBT plus History Month. It's not just about Pride Month in June, but this is all year round, and it's important work. And make it relevant to your school and community. So, you know, we're based in Haringey in London, and I think it's really important that our students are aware of the role that our own borough has played in the fight for LGBTQ plus rights. And we've got a very proud history, and Bernie Grant, actually you can see a picture of him in the background on my shelf there, campaigned to end Section 28, and we have a very proud history in Haringey. So our students research that history, and there's a display there that sits, you know, permanently in the school. And I think making the subjects and the topics relevant to your students, to your young people, to their own areas, I think is important. I included the picture on the right of Kayla, who's one of our students, who's very happy for me to share this. She's very proud of it. And Kayla herself was inspired to write to Lady Phyll. I don't know if anybody's aware of Lady Phyll, but she is the founder of UK Black Pride and is a very powerful role model. And Kayla wrote to her about what she'd learnt about Lady Phyll, and she did her own research project and then wrote to Lady Phyll and actually put this picture on Twitter with Kayla's permission. And then there was a response and a video message back to her from Lady Phyll. And I think it was a really important piece of work, because although Kayla herself doesn't identify as LGBTQ+, there are many facets to all our identities, and Kayla identified with Lady Phyll as a strong Black female role model, and being a lesbian was just one part of Lady Phyll's identity. And I think that, again, it shows that all of our students want to and can contribute to this work because they see why it's important to them. And I think, you know, I'm sure I'm probably nearly at the end of my 17 minutes. I don't know if I'm keeping time very well. I've probably gone well over.
No, you're there, that's fine.
But I think the last thing is just to say that if somebody argues to you that schools don't have time for this, that this is, you know, this isn't our issue in schools and education, we should be focusing on academic attainment. You know, again, as I said at the start of the presentation, developing values and inclusivity of LGBTQ+ people and everybody in your school environment, you know, it goes hand in hand with raising attainment and outcomes, because students and staff will be successful in a school where they feel safe, where they feel happy, and where they feel valued. And so therefore, I would argue that they very much can happen at the same time and should happen at the same time.
Jerry, thank you so much. That was a really, really powerful session. I'm not going to ask you your burning question now. I'm going to move on to Alicia, and I would like people to just think about the burning question they would like to ask Jerry at the start of the panel, because you've just shared some really, really powerful things there. So it will just give people a minute to think and digest. Okay, Alicia, over to you to screen share when you're ready. And our theme today, as I said at the start, is sexuality, class and faith. Alicia.
This worked earlier. Let's see if it still works now. Okay, can everybody see that? Oh, I can't actually hear anyone on Zoom.
That's fine, Alicia, it's up.
Yes. Right, okay, I don't think you can see me though because my little camera light has gone off. It's because I've got so many different devices, everyone does a different thing. So this afternoon I'm here to talk to you, obviously, as everyone else is, about equity in education. And you can see from here my role. I'm currently a deputy head teacher at St Mary's Primary, which is in Southend, which is actually the biggest primary school in the Diocese of Chelmsford. But I'm no means an expert in this area. It's just things that have come to pass, and my understanding how it's developed in the 7 years I spent at the beginning of my teaching career in a Catholic school, and I took a bit of time out of faith education in the middle at a community school, and now I've spent 6 years in my current school, which is C of E. And actually in all three of those experiences and the teaching in all different three schools, faith equity has been something that actually I've gained more understanding about, and actually I've realised that although all the protected characteristics are so important, actually there's almost some that don't really get talked about at all. And we have to be honest, you know, the conversations about race have only really taken off in any depth in the last year, but actually talking about faith is something, again, like LGBTQ+, which often isn't talked about because of people's own uncomfortability, uncertainty, and all those sorts of things. So just some things to kind of start to get you thinking this afternoon. So research across the US has actually shown increasingly over the years that there are concerns from Muslim, Hindu and Sikh pupils for their well-being and that of their families. And all of that often, when it's been kind of like looked into further, stems from perceived associations between their religious beliefs and bullying. And obviously we know how there have been world events that have happened, and actually rather than people being more open-minded to learn actually about different religions and their faith and their values and their belief, actually what happens is ignorance tends to run rife rather than using it as a chance to learn. So pupils are often being targeted in these situations because of visible symbols that they wear in accordance of their religious beliefs. And actually that is not just down to Muslim children, for example. That is equally about those of the Christian faith who feel like they cannot wear a cross or something to school because of what other children, other teenagers, other staff might say to them. So in 2017 in the US, research found that actually 1 in 4 incidents of bullying against Muslim pupils in particular actually involved a teacher. So it was bad enough that actually 3 of those incidents were just about them being bullied by students, but actually every one of those incidents actually involved a teacher, which again really makes me think about the lack of education from those teachers and their own lack of understanding. So schools and communities that do model respect for diversity help to protect students, and they help to create better global citizens, which really is the purpose of all of the work that we are doing within Equity. Because at the end of the day, we want our children, each and every one of them, to leave the world a better place than they have found it, especially in light of things, you know, wake up today and you see all of the abuse that those 3 England players are getting, and actually, what are we doing to make our world a better place than we left it? So thinking about faith in schools, and this is not just about, you know, whether we should be teaching RE or not, but it's, or whether we should have faith schools or not, but it's actually about acceptance again, that actually the right to hold a particular belief, religious or secular, should actually just be accepted as part of the wider spectrum of rights about being equal in participation in education. And again, as you know, Andrew has said, and as Jerry has said, it's actually about being accepted regardless of difference and being valued because of that difference. And this applies to teachers as well as to pupils. Now, if you look at the figures, obviously the teacher workforce statistics are out again. They're all kind of run down by ethnicity, but also if you look at it in terms of religion, if you look, it's bad enough the figures on actually how many head teachers in our country are actually of a Black or African heritage, but it's looking as well at actually how many of our head teachers, how many school leaders, how many middle leaders are actually of different religious backgrounds as well. And the results, again, are staggering. So inclusive schools welcome diversity represented by members of their local communities, and they regard the differences as sources for enriching our teaching and learning. We need to utilise our local communities to a greater extent, particularly when learning about faith, because the reality is that actually if you are in a school and you have got the majority of your teaching staff, or maybe all of your teaching staff, are Christian or maybe do not associate with any religion, actually how good is their teaching of Judaism going to be? How good is their teaching of Sikhism going to be? We know that actually it's about having subject expertise, and often things like RE are really underlooked. People do not do the research into those things like they would if they're researching a history topic. The question there in my mind is why? Because actually the equity should be there. The same level of input and research needs to go into it. But we have to use our local communities wherever possible to enrich those experiences, to foster harmonious, respectful relationships and mutual understanding. Now, if faith is taught well in schools, and I'm not saying this in terms of just religion, it's actually about faith, it's about vision, it's about values, it's about belief. And if it's done well throughout the curriculum and not just through RE, actually it can do a lot to really engage our pupils, to build their knowledge and to sharpen their ethical thinking, which contributes to community cohesion, which we know is so important. And actually recognising faith within our school communities is a real significant issue as well. And actually looking at how religious inclusion is really left out of diversity initiatives, both within schools, but also in business. So going forward about how our pupils are going to actually integrate, how they're going to live, how they're going to flourish in actually their jobs as adults, we need to think about religious inclusion as well. And faith inclusion is an important indicator of an overall more welcoming school environment. We know that some of our schools are very monocultured, and actually it's the same with race. We need to make sure that we're really educating our children into all of these things, because they are global citizens who are going to live who knows where, who are going to work who knows where, and who knows with who. And so we need to make sure they have that literacy, of emotional literacy in faith as well. Faith-friendly schools can actually increase morale for staff if they see that their faith is valued and appreciated and accepted in their workplace. It can increase their morale as well as for the children. It can reduce religious bias, and it can foster greater collaboration, creativity, commitment, and lead to better outcomes for everyone. It is about flourishing. And if we want everybody within our schools to flourish, we really need to recognise faith and actually the importance that it can take in people's lives. The Pew Research Centre has actually acknowledged that in 2050, Christianity will actually be a minority religion. And that's something that, you know, people have been saying that religion is in decline. And actually, that's really stark evidence that we need to do more about learning of all of the world faiths, because it's actually going the other way. And by 2050, there will be more people globally of Hindu and Muslim and Sikh religions and Judaism than there will be actually of Christianity. So I don't know if you have know of Laura Marks, who has an OBE. She is a social activist, really focusing on faith work. She writes policy, and she's also quite out there in the media. And she has this quote, which I think is quite prominent for us to think about, because it's actually about religious literacy. It's about how faith fits into normal life. And that's the same with everything we've spoken about today. It's not about emphasizing as something as a bolt-on to just shove on at the end. It's actually thinking about how faith fits into normal life and how it is just normal for so many of our children and their families. It's part of their identity. And actually, how much do we value and celebrate and learn about that part of their identity? Because for some, it's maybe the thing they put first when they write about themselves. And that's something that we need to think about. So within my own school, I am currently in a Church of England school, but my head teacher and all of us in school do really stress that we may be a Christian school, but we're a Christian school for everyone. We're not a school for Christians. And that's something that we do focus on really heavily. And community cohesion is so important of us, because we actually have this demographic. 45% of our children do identify, or their families identify as Christian, but actually 6% of our families identify as Muslim. And they are so important. And actually sometimes they're the children who are who have a real deep connection with their religion more than our Christian children. And that's something that we should really value and embrace and harness. But if you add those figures up, we also have quite a lot of children and families who do not identify with one of the world faiths. And actually, it's about how we foster their beliefs and their values as well. So as Jerry said about the importance of having these things visual throughout the school, the importance of display. We have a Facebook page that I update every single day, and we do as a school focus on so many different avenues of faith, because we recognise that a big part of our community is not Christian. And so when we have things like Eid and Diwali, we really think about, and we're increasingly thinking about, actually how we can celebrate those festivals within our school, so it actually is of equal importance to things like Christmas. Through assembly, we try to obviously vary and make our assemblies quite wide. I think often the perception is within a church school, every assembly is almost like a full-on mass, and that's not true. We do have an assembly once a week that I lead, and I do kind of go out of the box a bit, but it's about educating our children on things that are going on in the wider society that they need to be aware of. So we do take time to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. We do think about other faiths and actually what they are thinking about, what they're celebrating, what's happened in their history, because again, that's part of the tapestry of life that we live in. And for our children to be religiously literate, they need to understand all of those things as well. As I said earlier, it is about having expertise. And I know Jerry mentioned Mary Myatt earlier, and I remember going on to a Mary Myatt course and her actually showing us a Twinkle PowerPoint that actually had, the activity was to label parts of the mosque. And actually the PowerPoint from Twinkle was inaccurate. And actually, unless you are a teacher who understands that or has taught this before, you wouldn't actually pick that up. So it's about finding the expertise wherever we can. And within our school community, we have lots of children who are experts in their religion, much more so than the teachers. So we really harness that and we really embrace that. And we take that opportunity for the children to actually teach each other. And here are two boys from year 5 who wanted to bring their Quran in, but they didn't just stay in year 5. They actually did a link up with another year group as well, and they came down to our youngest children to actually educate them. And the children have really good questions, and they're so proud of their religion, and it is giving them an avenue to also explore that with the rest of their school community as well. And again, some of our teaching staff have taken opportunities to almost run like a day where they have brought religious artifacts, and they've done all different activities for the children, but because it's been led from them, from a place of truth, from a place of their identity, the children have learnt so much more from doing it than they would have learnt from a dry PowerPoint from Twinkle or any other association. I'm not bashing Twinkle, they have a good point, but it's about knowing that expertise, and that's really important for us. So the power of story. I know Andrew talked about stories that actually he, you know, uses throughout the curriculum all the time, and it's same thinking about faith. It's about how we can find stories, because that's how we learn. We learn as adults, we learn as children by hearing stories, relating them to our own life, hearing someone else's opinions, hearing someone else's experiences. And again, there are so many great books out there, you just got to find them, and it's about how you use them really, really well. And it's again not just finding a book because it's got a Muslim person in, or not just finding a book because it's got a Jewish person in. It's actually how we integrate these stories into our everyday in school. So even if you are not focusing on Islam at a given moment, actually stories like The Proudest Blue are stories that you can just read to the children at the end of the day, and read repeatedly, so they can actually embrace that story of hijab and a family. Chicken Soup is a great story, all about which grandma makes the best chicken soup, even though they have two different religious backgrounds. But using story to really help to educate ourselves as adults, but also to bring the children together. So obviously, part of today's session is also about sexuality. So I wanted now to talk to you about what we've actually done in my school, thinking about LGBT plus in faith schools. And so for Pride Month this year, we focused around this passage from the Bible, because at the end of the day, what we want to teach is that acceptance and love, and that love is the same. No matter where, no matter who it is, no matter what it looks like, love is love. And that is something that really was fed through our school community, because we're very aware that actually some people's religious backgrounds might not be very accepting of this. And as we said earlier, it's not about changing your opinions, it's about accepting both views and taking it that it might not be what you believe in, but actually you can accept it. And our children really, really took to heart the idea that actually everyone's love is the same. It's all love, and all love comes from God in our faith school situation. So we have this huge display at the front of our school when you walk in, which is beautiful, and there's a bit of, it looks like twigs, but it's an LGBT pride tree. So the children in different year groups created little hearts with things on them, and so we've got doors, so all the doors of the classrooms are adorned with pride posters, and they wrote some little poems. And I think this is one that really stood out to me, that we do have on display, that love is love, love is life, and love is everywhere. And actually that reality for those in faith schools, that God loves everybody, no matter who you are, and actually that love, God's love, is the same for every single person. Now, we did this across the school, as we always do, so from our youngest children going up. So here are some of our year ones who designed their own Lego people in Lincoln about Pride Month, and they wrote some descriptions to go with it. And then we've got some handprints. Here's another one of the pride trees that's on display in a year 5 classroom. And also this really stuck out to me, because this is one of our children from reception who, after my assembly about Pride Month, came running down the corridor with her writing that she did that afternoon. And for those of you in secondary, I help you to decode it. It does say, I love you no matter who we are. And that's exactly the message that we want to get through to each and every one of our children, that actually love is love for everybody. And no matter who you are, no matter what you identify as, love is the same for each and every one of you, and everybody is deserving of that. So part of the work that I have been doing across the diocese, my own diocese, but also on a national scale with the Church of England, is really about how we can start to build networks of change, because at the end of the day, hopefully everyone is steering in the same direction, and what we don't want to do is have that direction as disparate. We want to try and join it up wherever possible. So within my own diocese in Chelmsford, within Norwich and with Lincoln, and we're working together to really steer forward. I mean, at the moment is very focused on racial equity, but I know that is going to build out, especially as the document here, which you may or may not know of, it's called Living in Love and Faith, and it was written with how schools and faith schools in particular can really approach the I don't want to say the issue, because it's not an issue in a bad way, but how we can successfully teach identity, sexuality, relationships and marriage in a really positive way that the families can really learn to accept as well. And that's something that you might want to have a look at. There's some really good resources in there that you might use. And on a more local level, so within my local teaching school alliance, I have set up, and it's nearly a year now since we've started, an identity and diversity network. And some of the work that we've done through that network focused on LGBTQ plus History Month, obviously Pride Month. But we have also thought about exploring language and bias with staff, and we're thinking about for next year how we can create a pupil summit. So the schools are all going to come together to my school, and we're going to really work on a pupil summit that's going to happen each term next year, really focusing this work but making it led from the children, because that is so important, that we cannot do this work without having their involvement. And as I said, something that within my school and within other schools locally, we're going to think about how we can really celebrate religious festivals for all religions through our school community, because we know, especially in a Church of England school, Easter, Christmas, they're always done really well. But actually for all those children in my school who celebrate Diwali, who celebrate Eid, I want them to have that outlet that's a bit more than just a couple of lessons in class. I want them to have that outlet to come into school with their families to celebrate those religious festivals, just like Christmas is celebrated, because at the end of the day, they are of equal importance and we should be celebrating those equally as well.
What a brilliant note to leave on, Alicia. That is terrific. Thank you again for a really interesting and informative session. I'm just waiting to see what people are going to put in the chat to our questions to ask you as our panel. And I'm hoping that Andrew is still there as well. I'm just moving my screen along to see if I can see him back in. Thanks, Andrew. Nice to see you back. Just to start us off, Alicia, it's clear to me that you're, working with parents in a faith school, and as part of that working in a faith school, I'm imagining then that you have a cohort of parents who may be biblically forthright. Do you want to talk to us just to start us off on our panel discussion about how you've managed those expectations of those parents in your community?
I'll tell you really honestly, actually, I was quite ready for the holy water to be thrown at me. I was really ready. I could almost feel some children through my assembly getting ready to go, oh no, Mrs. Lewis has just used the word lesbian. And the reality was actually that the feedback from the parents and the children was so positive. I do think part of that was because we really focused our work into the reality that actually this is about acceptance, it's about valuing our difference rather than make it something to divide us. And I think that we always brought it back to the understanding with our faith school that actually love is love, no matter what. And that kind of really helped to direct a real positive atmosphere from the parents and from the children. And also I think the fact that we just went out there and did it, I think made it very clear to the parents which side of the fence we were on. And I think that once we put that out there, and we were really courageous, like there was no preamble to it. It was very much like, this is important and this is why we're doing it. And we didn't have the backlash, I think, because we showed that courage and because the children were very open with what they discussed, because us as the teaching staff were very open. I think that also helped. And one or two of the parents who I was expecting to be slightly concerned by what we were doing actually came and spoke to me, because they realised really clearly that we weren't promoting it, which I think is something that often can be questioned. How, are you promoting this? And actually, it's not about promoting it. It's about increasing awareness, and it's actually about valuing each and every person for who they are. And we have to be doing that no matter your, you know, the colour of your skin, your creed, you know, colour, whatever. We have to value everybody in the same way that those adults would want to be valued themselves. We have to do that for everyone else.
Lovely. And if I can bring you in there, Jerry, you know, that's slightly your partnership approach that you were describing to us is slightly different to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just, in terms of parents and carers, I think it's again been about, as a new organisation, we've had to spend a lot of time building trust with parents and carers, and I think that's almost come first. And the work along values has and equality and equity has run parallel with it. But I think we had some work to do in terms of building trust as a starting point. Many of our young people come to us with very negative experiences of schools and exclusion. And there's very little trust from parents and carers quite often in what we're doing as a network of schools. So I think, you know, that's our starting point, is we're here to work together. We're here to, like Alicia said, everybody is valued, everyone is important, and we're going to work together to make sure that's the case. And I think right from the starting point, when young people join us, we have, like in many schools do, kind of a homeschool agreement where we share those values right at the start. It's not hidden, it's not secret. This is who we are, this is what we do, this is what we stand for. So like Alicia said, it takes courage, and it is courageous to say this is what we are as an organisation. And even when our visitors come into school, they're given a leaflet when they come in, which is kind of all the safeguarding stuff, what to do in the event of a fire alarm, that kind of stuff. But our values are on there very prominently. So everybody who comes into the school knows that this is an organisation that is going to talk about celebrating diversity. And I think those things, alongside building trust with parents and carers, which has been a key part of the work, how do we work together to support each other? You know, that's been very important. I don't think either of them stand separately. I think they've had to come together in order for us to be successful in the work that we've done this year.
Yeah, thank you. There's a comment here from Liz Agbeto. Liz, we've met before. I wonder if you would like to ask that comment, really, because your comment about being part of a team is so much more than just your little comment, which I know you have lots of history and experience of. Do you want to come in and add something, Liz?
I think I was really struck with what Alicia said, and certainly I think at Blackburn we've experienced, Elisa, my colleague who's also here today, and we've probably experienced something similar. And I think it is about not working alone, which I think all of you, all the speakers today have spoken about, but also being very clear about what you're doing, why you're doing it, but equally having knowledge. And I think if you know what you're doing, if you're very sure as to why you're doing it, but also that you've upskilled yourselves and increased your knowledge, then I think that gives you more confidence in tackling any dissent, because you're acting from a very strong position, from a secure position.
Andrew, can I bring you in there? Because I think that's exactly what you found, isn't it?
I find it quite difficult actually to hear people talk about, you know, we shouldn't have backlash because I've written this down. We showed that courage. I mean, you know, in Parkfield School, we had 4 years of No Outsiders being fantastic. We were absolutely, you know, out there. Here's what we're doing. And it overturned overnight. And I mean, I wonder if people don't actually realize what it was like, you know, in terms of people were saying, we don't want you to teach children it's okay to be gay, because it's not, you know. And however, you know, what do you do with that? Because you can't just say, well, here's what we stand for, you know, get over it, you know. And these are parents that we did have relationships with, you know, for 4 years, but there were people who were very, very good outside, you know, the parent community of building up a hysteria, really, that it was out of our hands. I mean, one thing that I have started doing, actually, I'm interested in what we'll think about this, really, is I've started using the word celebrate. We don't do any pride stuff, you know. I'm not asking anyone to look. I love being gay. It's highly recommended. You know, it's wonderful being gay. I'll celebrate being gay, but you don't have to, and I don't need you to celebrate me. now I want non-judgment from you, I want acceptance, but I don't need you to celebrate me. I don't need you to get involved in gay pride. You need to know about gay pride because it's happening, but we don't have like pride things around my schools. We don't have flags because we don't need to celebrate it. Both Lisa and Joey talked about it's got to be an all year round thing. I think that's absolutely the case. Don't want to just have 1 month where you got pride posters up. It's got to be all year round. We're talking stuff all the time. But I think we can't be naive, as well about, we can't be complacent because, we absolutely had our parents on board, and that shifted overnight, and it was terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is very powerful stuff. Penny, can I bring you in here? So you've put a comment in the chat, but it's useful to hear how Jerry and Alicia have grounded their work in practice and research, and they've both worked hard to do that in inclusion. And that's, a large part of your work. Penny? Oh, she's off mic, so can't bring her in. Okay, so I'm going to Paul's comment instead. Paul, do you want to come in and talk about the comment here from Liz about collective endeavour? I think that's a very important one.
No, it's just to reaffirm Liz's point, that for equity work to be successful, it can't be sort of a lone ranger, and it definitely cannot be the women who are abused, shouting and saying stop doing it, but men have to do that work as well. And it can't be only people who identify as members of the LGBTQ plus community. Others of us who don't also have to do that work. So it's a collective endeavor, because we are all positioned differently in the system, one way or the other, and we need that collective energy, plus also the privilege that other people bring with them to be able to fight on our behalf. So I do think that it's really important that at all times we are thinking about our own activism and our own power and how we're using that to draw attention to and to challenge particular issues in society.
Exactly, and our agency and the way in which we use it. Alice, can I bring you in here to ask your question? So you're wondering about the resistance or towards inclusivity from staff. I think that's
Thank you very much to all the presenters have been very inspiring. I work at a secondary school in the east of England, which is relatively homogenous, and we've been doing some really great work with LGBT inclusion. But for me, in my experience, there's a lot of acceptance from the parents. The resistance is actually coming from within the staff body, particularly around transgender students and the sort of ways in which we're supporting those students be themselves in school. So one of our values is that we champion diversity. We chose that wording, quite carefully to try and have the right sort of stance on that front. But for me, the biggest challenge has been having a lot of some of the staff come on board, and I'm still not there with some of them. So I just wondered if anyone had any experience of that, really.
So I'm going to put that question back to Jerry, Alice, because I think that's a really interesting thing. And, Jerry and I share that, age. I too grew up and went to school in the 80s and remember those comments and remember the slurs and remember how people were treated, and still feel that, yes, we've moved on in some ways, but nowhere near as much as I would like. And, Jerry, I'm interested in what you think.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and I think it's a really good point, Alison. I think it's something that many schools have issues with and challenge with, because I think there is really depressingly an awful lot of anti-trans rhetoric that we hear in the press, on TV, constantly. You only have to look at some of the headlines around trans inclusion in schools, around what's happened around trans rights recently, particularly around kind of medical and hormonal treatment for young people. And it's really, really difficult. And I think that that some of that transphobic ideology is coming through, you know, at quite high levels from people who are really prominent in the public eye. And, you know, I think that it is inevitable, therefore, that some of our staff in schools will listen to that and will have really kind of big questions around supporting young trans people. And I think my experience has been in schools that staff need to see why that work is important. And I've been fortunate in that I've worked in schools where, you know, we have been very supportive of young people who have identified as trans, who, you know, have requested that they use they, them pronouns, or pronouns that are different to the gender that was assigned at birth. And those young people have grown in confidence. They have gone from a point of maybe having 30% attendance to school to having 90+ attendance to school. That staff have seen those young people thrive because they have been able to be themselves. And actually, for those young people, actually those points of celebration as well, and I know that there may be some different views around celebration, but actually feeling celebrated and feeling valued and that their identity was really important actually made a huge difference to those young people. And I think sometimes, as you know, I think not just unique to schools, but as human beings, the human stories are what make the difference. And when we see and hear, you know, the difference that it makes for a young person, and, you know, the stats around self-harm and suicide attempts for transgender young people in particular, you know, people just have to look at those figures to see why this work is important. And but I think connecting to the person and the story and seeing real life examples of the difference it makes, I think has been the most important thing for me. And maybe just having, you know, through staff training and insets, reminders of the difference it makes for young people. And again, connecting, even if the young people aren't necessarily in your own school, but connecting it to real life stories and of young people. And I'd be happy to share information that I've had and success stories and case studies about the difference it's made to young people. But it's a challenge. It's absolutely a challenge. And it's a challenge, I think, that's become even harder in the last year. And I think a lot of that is due to a lot of what we see in the press and particularly some of the more right-wing media. And it's a challenge, I think, that isn't going to go away. And I think we have to stand kind of united, you know, and all of us think about our identities as multifaceted and the importance of supporting trans rights within that.
Yeah, thanks.
Add.
Yeah, go on, do.
In my own experience, I think when I've found backlash, sometimes it's actually because of that person's own uncomfortability with actually the nature of the work. And I think that's you know, something working with my own staff on race, which I know is not today, but I think it's the same thing, isn't it? Lots of that backlash actually stems from lack of understanding, and so it's easier to kind of put up a wall against it rather than to break the wall down and to sit with how you're uncomfortable by it, or that you don't know everything, and actually break that wall down to finding out more. And we know about the importance of story, and that is, you know, so important for children, but also important for each and every one of us to actually open your mind and open your heart to actually reading something, learning, talking to someone, watching something, just finding ways to actually grow your own understanding so that you can actually involve yourself in actually talking to these children and speaking with them about their experience and how they feel. And in that, you then grow from that learning. And I think that that's something we really need to say to staff, you know, hands up, we're not expecting you to be absolute masters in every protected characteristic. We're not expecting you to be masters in everything, just the same as in a primary school. We're meant to teach 12 subjects, but we can't be masters of all of them. It's the same, isn't it? We have to be open to actually learning and sometimes unlearning things, because it can be that the first thing you've heard is something you need to It might not have been accurate. You need to be open to that, because that is part of the process of learning. And we have to actually learn more from the children, because sometimes they are way ahead of everything than we are as adults. And that's something that really shouldn't be forgotten about with all of this, is that we can't just go from a place of assumption all the time. We've got to put in the work and the learning and the listening to move beyond that.
Yeah, absolutely, Alicia. And actually, as Penny says in the chat here, you know, that learning is as much and as part of the staff, and the staff having to do that learning and pause and beyond that journeys themselves. And as Alice says, some of that, of course, challenges people's preconceptions around gender and identity. And that's the difficult thing, isn't it? You know, you're challenging people's preconceptions, which instantly puts them on the back foot, and it threatens them. They feel threatened, and I'm sure that's not the aim, it's not the intention, it's certainly not what anybody wants in order to move us forward, but it's how people feel. You know, and you can see that playing out in the media, but also, as Jerry said, you can see particular parts of the media choosing to propagate that for their own vested interests, and that again kind of creates that conservative backlash that we know goes on, that Alice has mentioned in the chat there. That was really fascinating. It was great to hear everybody's inputs. It was lovely conversation and lovely comments. Thank you, everybody, very, very much. Paul, I'm going to hand back to you to talk about tomorrow. And obviously, this is part of a really interesting 3-part series this week.
Oh, first I want to thank everybody for joining the conversation this evening. It's been fascinating listening to the keynote speakers and their different perspectives and their experiences and the great work in this area. You know, so this has really been inspiring, as it has been said in the chat so many times. And thank you as well, everyone, for joining us. So tomorrow we're back again at 4 o'clock for another hour and a half to discuss issues related to well-being, mental health, and disability. But for now, I think it's a great start. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to our keynote speakers, Alicia, Andrew, and Jerry, and to our chair, Deb. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good evening and stay safe. See you tomorrow.
I'm going to talk to you today about struggling, because I argue that struggling is an important aspect of the well-being kind of narrative that we find is quite predominant in education these days. And so, struggling was the key theme of my doctoral research, which was conducted pre-COVID, but I think you'll find some resonance with the stories of struggling that I'm going to share with you this afternoon. So I'm just going to put my timer on to make sure that I don't go over. Okay, so I'm going to start with a provocation. I like to provoke a bit of thinking. So I've recently written an article with a dear friend called Namisha Kurian that's just come out, and we've talked about love and care, and that will be part of the theme of me talking. But I'd like to provoke your thinking with this thought, that there is a tendency to only talk about well-being in an absence of well-being. We know when we are well, so we need to talk about struggling instead. Because how can we seriously talk about well-being, about being well, if we don't understand what it means to be struggling? And I would invite you to kind of let that provocation arrive with you, and perhaps it's something that you might like to challenge or question or comment on towards the end of my presentation. So this is a very busy slide, and I'm aware of that, and it is the only one that is, but this is the definition that I came up with in terms of struggling. So I'm starting at the end of my thesis, if you like, and then we're working backwards to really hear the voices of teachers who identify as struggling. So if you'll permit me just to read this out. Struggling is a complex but impermanent state associated with a heightened negative embodied feeling and a negative emotional tone. The experience of struggling is situated in the individual, but experienced within a social context. It can manifest itself as a feeling of temporary fracture. Struggling arises out of situated responses to and interactions with events, which can be people and or objects. in perpetual motion. It is less about the objects or causes of struggling, the events themselves, and more about the feelings, thoughts, and perceptions one has about one's inability to cope or perform well in relation to such events. So I appreciate that's a very long definition, but I hope you're getting a feeling there of how I've shifted struggling away from the narrative of performativity, a deficit narrative, a narrative of failing, and I've repositioned it into the well-being arena. So I argue that struggling, it belongs in the domain of well-being. And so let's just have a quick look at some of those aspects again. So I'm saying that struggling is a feeling of temporary fracture. Now, the temporary should give us some hope that we can shift out of struggling, we can unstruggle. But this notion of fracture relates to Margaret Archer's idea of fractured reflexivity. And I like the imagery of fracture. I don't like the idea of fracture, but I like the imagery of it because it gives us an idea of how something is fractured, not quite broken, and with more pressure on it, perhaps the fracture would break. And I think that's a really evocative image when it comes to struggling as a teacher. The dimensions of struggling that I just quoted in my definition were heightened embodied tensions. So struggling is experienced in the body. It is associated with negative emotions such as fear, anger, frustration, irritability, stress, those kind of things. There is a sense of reduced controllability. Well, what do I mean by that? I thought long and hard about whether to use the word autonomy or agency, but actually the idea of reduced controllability is that you have less control over what happens with you and to you if you are struggling. I thought that was a really interesting kind of aspect. And this notion of a damaged self-view. So the way that you see yourself when you are struggling is damaged. What do I mean by that? Self-doubt, low levels of self-belief, low levels of self-efficacy. And so all of these dimensions together lead me to argue that struggling is experienced as a feeling of temporary fracture. On the next slide, I'm going to show you some photographs. They are photographs of collages because that is the main research method that I used in association with research interviews to collect stories and experiences of struggling. And I just wanted to show them to you as the rich array of the ways in which teachers and leaders expressed what it means and what it feels like to be struggling. And some of these visual metaphors that are captured here in these collages are very strong in terms of tensions in the body, feelings in the head, colours, certain colours being associated with struggling. And bottom left is a cage, for example, and there's a maze that once you're in this feeling of struggling, you don't feel you can get out. And so I wanted you to see the richness of the visual data that I collected alongside the verbal stories of struggling that these teachers and leaders shared with me. And so I'll move on now, if I may, to read out small vignettes of each of my 14 participants, and their names will appear on the following screen. They are pseudonyms, but these are very, very real people with very, very real experiences of struggling. And the order that they are presented in is the order in which I met them. So James is a head teacher. He talked about the mask to hide the struggling. He talked about drowning. He talked about trying to float, not swim, and his fear of being caught out. Jane, a PE teacher who teaches out of her subject specialism. She was struggling after a miscarriage. Jonathan, who teaches 2 completely different subjects and was put on a support plan for not marking books according to the school policy. And can we just note, he teaches 1 lesson a week to all students in the year group, and so there were 400 exercise books to mark. To Mark, who was trained overseas as a teacher, who has ongoing mental ill health, who feels he has no say in who his mentor is. And he told me how he was expected to cheat in controlled assessments. Then Veronica, who is a young head teacher. She talks about her inexperience. She talks about having a foggy head and knots in her stomach. She feels torn. She's dealing with other people's struggling too. Rhiannon, who calls herself Little Miss Goody Two-Shoes, talks about the downward spiral of struggling. She has to teach out of subject. She has high levels of anxiety and shared with me tales of her suicide attempts. Heather, who works in the independent sector, who feels sad, who feels she's being pulled in different directions. She talks about the never-endingness of teaching and coming up short against her own high standards and pressure from parents. Sandra is a sixth form teacher who suffered from postnatal depression and returned after maternity leave and struggled with how that was being handled. She's now much older. She's now going through the menopause. She feels she's playing a game and she bemoans the incompetence of her line manager. Solomon talked about his experience as an NQT in a new toxic academy. He talks of feeling physically pummeled. He says that struggling is cold. There's no warmth to struggling, he tells me. He talks of anxiety and depression, of making mistakes, of feeling overwhelmed, and how maybe he's just kidded himself that he's better than he thought, that he's not as good as he thought. Gina works in an international school. Her feet aren't touching the ground. Her eyes are popping out of their sockets. She talks about the ideal of teaching versus the reality of teaching. On her collage, she has an expressionless face. She talks about teaching in a different culture and not being believed and being asked to cheat. Catherine is a part-time middle leader and she places herself in a dark cage. She talks about a mental explosion in her head and pressure from above and the shark-infested waters of accountability. Daniela was also trained overseas. She offers lots of tears, anger, rage, and a head that feels like it's overspilling as part of her experience of struggling. She talks about having to compromise herself. She doesn't like asking for help, and she doesn't feel that she's supported. Amanda, the invisible teacher, her words. She talks about physical health issues. She's shattered. She has no energy. She has no space for anything else. And she bemoans the never-ending change and is full of self-doubt. And Ben, who uses the D word, depression, he talks about his suicide attempts. He tells me of his undiagnosed dyslexia. He talks about being pulled in different directions and how he's got a happy face on the outside. And he says we need a shallow end in the swimming pool where we can just stand or float and pretend. So that is 14 stories of struggling from very, very real teachers and leaders. So what I'm going to do now is to read a short poem that really sums up, if you like, my thesis in poem form. It's not mine, it's Danielle Köpke's, but it's very, very strong and really resonates with what I was finding about struggling, or if you like, the kind of the theory of compassion that I was bringing in terms of alleviating struggling. The fact that you're struggling doesn't make you a burden. It doesn't make you unlovable or undesirable or undeserving of care. It doesn't make you too much or too sensitive or too needy. It makes you human. And so before I ask, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Here are some references that I've included in this presentation. That's how you can contact me if you'd like to. I'm going to stop sharing because I'd like to invite you to do something with me. So feel free to stay behind your cameras for now. And I'd like you to think about those 14 people that I've just told you about, and to think about if and how you've connected with them, and to think of a time when you know that you were struggling, and to really think, maybe lower your gaze, don't look into the camera, just really now focus in on how that struggling feels in your body. What is the emotional tone of that experience of struggling? Do you feel you have control? And how are you viewing yourself as someone who is struggling? And what I would now invite you to do, but only if you feel happy to do so, is to, for a short period, to turn on your camera and to look ahead, to look up at other people in the room who most probably have struggled at some stage. And if you feel able to do so, I would encourage you to just smile gently at them. Thank you. So I've left plenty of time, Jonathan, for us to maybe take some questions. And I just want that experience to kind of resonate with people. So thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. A smile makes all the difference, doesn't it, I think? Okay. So if people have questions, do they want to put them in the chat? I love that quote, Suzanne, the shark-infested waters of accountability. And I just wondered, how have we got to that particular point? How have we reached that point? And can teachers resist?
So I'll comment, I'll speak to that. That was Catherine who said that. And Catherine put herself in a cage. And this is where the power of, I don't want to go too researchy particularly, but this is where the power of visual and creative methods really comes into its own. So she used a piece of blue felt as these shark-infested waters of accountability. And as her thinking developed, and again, I use collage where there's no glue, so there's no sticking down. And she didn't realize until I asked her what she was doing, she moved that blue felt up, up, up the page. And so that's very evocative as a process in terms of how she felt that the waters were rising around her. And these not only the waters were rising, but they were shark infested. And I think that is a very strong visual image, isn't it? Now, how have we got here? Well, that's a story in its own right, isn't it? But I was reading something earlier on about how neoliberalism, how performativity, how competition kills compassion, but actually compassion can win. And I think that sounds like a very glib kind of statement to make. I've written recently about love and care, and if anybody wants to follow that up, I'm happy to share the paper with them. Actually, somewhere we have to make a start, and I think what we need to do is connect. And that's why what I did at the end of my presentation just now was I asked people to reflect, to think about their own experience of struggling, and then to try to connect with the fact that pretty much everyone in this room, I don't know all of you, but my feeling is that in some way you may well have struggled at some stage. And let's remind ourselves, Jonathan, that I'm saying that struggling is a temporary state and that we can come out of it. And I think that gives us hope. And so it's about having that connection with people, that compassionate response to people, and accepting that that person is also me. You see what I mean? So I think with more love, more care, I think we can start to make a bit of a difference.
Thanks, Suzanne. Penny's made a really interesting comment in the chat. Penny likes the idea of acknowledging struggling as a way of reflecting back to the powers that be in a school, that capability and other punitive measures are so irrelevant.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, isn't it? I think what the 14 participants, without exception, found really useful was having an opportunity to talk about it. with me, and that in its own way is quite cathartic. Now, it wasn't, you know, I'm not a counsellor, I was a researcher, but I think the experience of talking about struggling was felt to be quite cathartic. And it's not always about then asking for a solution or how to fix it. It's that acknowledging, and I like that word, Penny, acknowledging that we're struggling, and that it's almost normalizing it, almost saying it's okay to struggle. That's why I do this connection thing. I say, well, you've struggled, I've struggled. That's something we've got in common. Let's accept that, let's acknowledge it and say, do you know what, right now I'm struggling, and what will help me is if I could just have a bit of leeway for the next couple of weeks or whatever. That kind of owning it and saying it's temporary, but at the moment I feel fractured. I mean, what's the worst thing you could do? What's the worst thing you could do if you fractured a bone is to put more and more pressure on it. And then you've got someone called Jonathan in my research who is put on a support plan, is observed every Friday for 6 weeks or whatever, and then is supposed to miraculously have improved his marking, but they're going to observe his teaching. I'm sorry, but how is that not breaking that fracture? So, yeah. So thank you, Penny, for the question. I hope I've kind of talked to it.
Good question. Musharat has said, is struggling resistance to oppression?
That's a really interesting question. Thank you for that.
So is it a form of resistance?
I think it is. I think it is. Whether it's a conscious decision, I would argue it possibly isn't. I'd love to give this answer more thought, actually. What I will say is that struggle isn't always negative. There are some positive forms of struggle, and I think that's a lot to do with ownership and whether you're willing to struggle, you know, and come through something. That is a really interesting question. A really interesting question. It's definitely experienced as a tension and as a resistance. And I would say this, but I think then the whole some of the resilience narrative that tends to be kind of an individualist kind of resilience. I know there's whole school resilience, and you know, I'm not talking about that. This idea of if only you were a bit more resilient, you know, I think that's very, very dangerous as well. That's very corrosive. Is kind of, oh, well, you're struggling, well, you just need to be a bit more resilient. No, perhaps struggling, and this is really useful, allowing me to think about this out loud. Thanks for the question. I think struggling is perhaps a normal reaction or response to an abnormal situation. So going back to that idea of the shark-infested waters of accountability, in fact, perhaps what can we do but struggle?
So Amit says that we must flip the idea that struggling equals weak. So actually we probably need to normalize struggling, don't we? And we shouldn't associate it with weakness.
I think that's a really interesting point. And a lot of the literature out there that uses the word struggling, I mean, if you go onto Google Scholar and do a very unsystematic search of the literature and just put struggling in, there'll be millions and millions of results. But how it's used predominantly in the literature is as a deficit, as a kind of a failing. Struggling equals failing, or struggling is poor performance. Struggling is linked to capability issues or incompetence. And what I was very keen to do actually was to use the data that I collected from my participants to argue that actually struggling isn't about failing. I mean, I've never seen these teachers in action, but my sense is that they have a real strong moral purpose, that they have a very strong kind of pedagogical purpose, and that probably they're good enough most of the time. And so I think the idea of attention is perhaps, and I called it in my thesis, I talked about contrived compliance. So complying with things in a contrived way because it's easier to comply than not. And this notion of constrained competence. So it's not that you are incompetent or unable to perform or teach, it's more that you are in tension with what you're being asked to do. And so again, it goes back to that kind of the waters within which we're operating, doesn't it? It's systemic, isn't it?
Thank you, Suzanne. We're going to move on now. Thank you. That was really, really interesting. Thank you. We're going to move on to Tracy Edwards. Hi, Tracy.
I think she's on mute.
Oh, she's there.
Sorry about that, everybody. I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Perfect, excellent. Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan, and thank you, Susanna. What an illuminating and inspiring presentation. My name's Tracy. I'm a lecturer at Leeds Beckett University. I'm in the Department of Digital Pedagogy, and I lead the postgraduate certificate in special needs coordination. My background is teaching in mainstream secondary and special schools, where I've also had leadership roles. So I'm all too familiar with those shark-infested waters of accountability. I felt those struggles, yet also in those struggles, I've found some of my happiest memories, and some moments where amidst the struggles, I felt a sense of efficacy and a sense of pride. Like Susanna, I firmly believe that amidst all the structural factors impacting on how we might struggle in a classroom, compassion can win. And what I'm going to talk about this afternoon is a framework that I've led the development of for sort of supporting compassion in education. And the framework's called the 10 Habits of Inclusive Teachers. So in this 15 minutes, I'm going to go through the 10 habits with you and share some reflections, and also talk about the process through which they were constructed. But I'm going to start off by sharing a story with you from my own professional experience. When I was on the senior leadership team of a special school, every year we had an international evening. It was one of the highlights of our school calendar year. It engaged some parents who were otherwise hard to reach. They would come into schools, they would wear their national costumes, they would bring dishes to share. It was a very, very positive event. Students such as Keely on the left, who was in our sixth form with a diagnosis of moderate learning difficulties, got a lot out of International Evening, and it fed into the curriculum. There was lots of follow-up work. Keely liked performing in a fashion show, and we had this inclusive fashion show. However, for Leon on the right, International Evening seemed to put a stress and a strain on his family. Leon went home from school on local authority transport. By the time he got home, it was actually a Herculean effort for his family to get him ready to go out again, to come back into school for the International Evening. We also started to doubt the extent to which Leon was getting much out of the event. And sometimes it felt like he was there for us rather than for him. So he might go on the catwalk in the fashion show, a teaching assistant might put a few flags at the back of the wheelchair, but we were never really sure if that connectivity or reciprocity was there. So we were in this dilemma about whether or not we should cancel International Evening, run something else instead, or run separate events for different cohorts of pupils within our school.
So Tracy, sorry, can I just interrupt? Are you sharing your? Are you? We can't see your slides.
Oh, so sorry.
I'm just checking. Were you meant to be sharing them?
Yes, I am meant to be sharing them.
Sorry,
Thank
Tracy.
you for that. Right. Share. Can you see them now? Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and can you see them now in presentation mode?
Yeah.
Perfect. Sorry about that, everybody. So We had the dilemma about international evening, and what comes through with such dilemmas is that in education, the same things can be simultaneously inclusive and exclusive. It could be viewed as exclusive to have separate themed events for different cohorts of learners within a special school, or it could be viewed otherwise. And there's quite a few examples of how in education the same thing could be viewed in different ways depending on the context and depending on the situation. So in developing the 10 habits of inclusive teachers, which I'm about to talk about, one of my colleagues talked about observing a lesson in a school where a pupil with Down syndrome was attached to a teaching assistant working one-to-one. In many ways, that could be viewed as exclusive. It certainly goes against much of the recent research into good practice around the deployment of teaching assistants. However, in that particular lesson with that particular kid on that particular day, it was a vehicle for inclusion, arguably. The work that the pupil was doing had synergy with what the rest of the class was doing. There was opportunities for peer interaction, whereas later in the lesson, he was joining in, or well, he was physically there in carpet time. He was sat with everybody else. However, he was disengaged, staring out of the window. So what could look like the most inclusive part of the lesson can actually be the least inclusive, and vice versa. So what we need as school leaders, as practitioners, are not recipe books, and not what the sociologist, the educationalist Roger Slee refers to as DIY manuals for inclusive teaching. What we need instead is to nurture teachers to have more nuanced insights that they can apply to each unique situation and learner that they encounter. So with that in mind, myself and 2 colleagues have been working on these 10 habits of inclusive teachers. And we started off by looking at the literature on inclusive pedagogy, looking at existing insights into what inclusive teachers do and how inclusive teachers think and be in the classroom. We developed a draft of the 10 habits of inclusive teachers, and then we presented them at a conference on Pupil Preview and Send, and we had dialogues with people in small groups who were at that conference. We then developed a second draft of the 10 habits, and after that we had funding from the Department for Education for collaboration between special and mainstream settings, and we were able to support cross-sector observations between mainstream and special schools, focused on the 10 habits and on post-observation dialogues, looking at the 10 habits and talking about them to support reflections on what happened in a lesson. And from that, we developed a third draft of the 10 habits, which is what I'm going to share with you now. So what are the 10 habits of inclusive teachers? I'll try and whiz through them because I'm aware of the time. Habit 1, first and foremost, is they view all pupils as their responsibility. That may sound obvious, but I've often heard personally teachers insist that they're not qualified to meet the needs of a particular child, that it's not their role to work with particular pupils because they are not the SENCO. Being an inclusive teacher starts with embracing and owning the role of teaching everybody, and recognising and valuing diversity as an essential part of the human condition. Habit 2 is around embracing challenges as a learning opportunity. So that pupil with ADHD who's presenting with challenging behaviour is not stopping you from doing your job of teaching. It actually is your job to teach that child and to work through those challenges with them. A perfect, well-behaved class for an inclusive teacher might be associated with professional stagnation or apathy. An inclusive teacher may actively enjoy the challenge, doing the puzzle of working things out and engaging in situated problem solving. Habit 3, possibly my favourite one and the most controversial one at the Pupil Premium and SEND conference, is inclusive teachers tend to avoid what I call most sum planning. So in my early career in secondary education, the lesson observation performers at my school indicated what the learning objectives were for some pupils, most pupils and all pupils. And that reflects what's known as bell curve thinking. This sort of imagined notion that in a typical class, most pupils are kind of mid-ranged, kind of in the centre of the bell curve, whereas some pupils are at the top or at the bottom. That is a very simplistic view according to a lot of the literature on inclusion, and what inclusive teachers need to do is avoid reproducing this bell curve by teaching to a fictional low ability, average ability and high ability learner. What they need to do instead is think about the individuals in their class, respond to that individuality, and also simultaneously think about access for everybody. So a good example from research by Lani Florian is story time. So rather than have alternative activities for some, most and all, thinking about what can be done to enhance access to that storytelling session. So that might be through using multisensory stimulus, for example. Habit 4 is about having faith in the learners, trusting learners. So that might be around giving learners a choice of activities to do and trusting that they want to learn, that they want to make progress, and they're not always going to take the easy option. It might be giving pupils co-agency. So in a study by Hart in 2004, one of the teachers she interviewed, Narinda, involved her learners in devising class rules. She trusted them not to say they should have ice cream every Friday or whatever. She trusted them to actually take that responsibility and take it seriously. Inclusive teachers also tend to focus on teaching the individual pupil rather than the assessment or the accreditation. So in a GCSE history class, for example, the teacher who is inclusive would look beyond seeing themselves as a teacher of GCSE history and seeing themselves as a teacher of history to the young people in there. And the assessment is something that they do to capture their learning, to assess their learning, but it's possible to have pupils in that group, I would say, who aren't doing the GCSE history, who are doing other accreditations, or who may not be doing the accreditation at all, but are getting something out of it, because it's not just about teaching the GCSE, it's about teaching the young people. Inclusive teachers also tend to plan and prepare for surprise. So with the bell curve thinking in education, there seems to be an assumption that teaching is predictable, that lessons are prepared for some, most and all, and that outcomes, which are usually SMART targets, are met and boxes can be ticked. In reality, inclusive teaching is about pupils responding to learning activities in ways that could not have possibly been anticipated or predicted in advance. In writing about this, one of sort of the academics that's inspired me the most, she was a researcher into profound and multiple learning difficulties, Penny Lacey. She passed away a few years ago, unfortunately. She wrote about scruffy targets as an alternative to SMART targets in an inclusive classroom. So rather than insist that targets are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and all of that, she advocated for making targets very broad, very loose, and giving pupils that room to show you how they're progressing, rather than insisting that they have to do X, Y, and Z in order to make progress. Habit 7, inclusive teachers tend to view behaviour developmentally. So they interpret behaviours in relation to the developmental stage that the child or adolescent in secondary may be at. They tend to reject a medical model or medical explanations of behaviour. They will work with insights into autism or into ADHD or into other conditions, but ultimately they wouldn't have a deterministic view of an autistic child's behaviour. They would be optimistic and see their role as moving behaviour along, nurturing qualities such as empathy, altruism, self-awareness, and they would recognise that the role of schools is to enable transformations in understanding and in development which lead to behaviours for learning in the classroom. Inclusive teachers, of course, would also reject zero tolerance views on behaviour and zero tolerance policies, 3 strikes and you're out, that sort of thing, because inclusive teachers tend not to be about controlling children and young people, but about enabling them, teaching behaviours. Inclusive teachers.
Just 1 minute, Tracy.
Oh, okay. Inclusive teachers are also committed to continued professional learning. And with that, we're talking more about iterative teaching than we are about going on a course or reading books, but actually learning from what happens in the classroom and responding to that. And there's some examples here about how that might work in maths and support the continual refinement of provision. Inclusive teachers tend to situate themselves as learners of their own pupils. They also tend to take risk. So as much as struggles are very real, inclusive teachers tend to be less about daily survival and more about that bigger picture of where they want pupils to be in a term's time, in a year's time, in 5 years' time. So with that, I'll see if I can minimise this. As school leaders, how do we develop inclusive teachers? How do we nurture the personal qualities that are conducive to inclusive classroom practice. There's a lot of research into approaches to continual professional development of teachers, and these are the ones that I'm invested in. At the University of Leeds Beckett, we have a group known as Collected Ed, which is a professional learning community for talking through the nuances, the dilemmas, and the complexities that are involved in enacting inclusive classroom practice authentically. And then my own research through the Rewriting Inclusion project that I'm leading as part of my PhD with the University of Aberdeen is talking with teachers about their professional dilemmas and analysing those dilemmas with them in relation to the 10 habits of inclusive teaching. And an example I've got is Corridor Kids, is there a better way? So this dilemma was from a deputy in a primary school looking at alternatives to having children in corridors with teaching assistants, and that raised some interesting considerations about the 10 habits and about how sometimes they clash with one another, compete with one another, and that it's often not about sort of absolute answers around what works, but as practitioners having that reflective capacity to respond in sort of contextually specific ways. I'll stop there because I'm aware I'm out of time. We possibly have time for questions. I don't know, Jonathan.
Thank you, Tracy. Really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. We'll do the questions at the end if that's okay, Tracy.
Absolutely fine.
Thank you. And we'll move straight on to Donna Marie. Hi, Donna Marie.
Hi, thank you. So let me just get my slides up. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Donna Marie, and as my title says, I'm a girl that wears many hats. I know it's a bit of a crazy introduction, but bear with me because some of those hats have actually provided me the access to be here today, even if I am just a little bit nervous. So before I actually begin, I just want to say a huge thank you to Professor Paul Miller for the honor of being here today. I'm really appreciative of the fact that he took a chance to let me come here and speak to you guys. I met him at a workshop that he delivered at the special school that I work at. And it's just so important for me to stress that you continue to inspire and encourage me on my academic journey, and I am forever grateful. Now, even though I do talk about an academic journey, it's very different from what I'm going to be talking about today. So, like I said, hopefully it will make more sense as I go on. True story, and this is a real true story. My best ideas come to me when I'm asleep. And I mean that kind of deep sleep where you don't really want to be woken up, which in many ways can be a good thing. Although I think you guys will have to be the judge of that after my presentation, because it came to me a couple of days ago. So yes, in true dramatic fashion, I am not ashamed to say that this presentation is very different from the initial presentation that I had in mind. But I think there's a valid reason for that. So a couple of days ago, someone asked me how I managed to stay so upbeat with the many hats that I wear. And it got me thinking, like really thinking. So I don't always give an overview of what I'm going to present. And that's because I like my presentations to be fluid. They can change, which is, again, one of the reasons why my presentation is different. But I will give you a slight heads up. This is not a particularly academic presentation with references and theories and the like, but I hope you'll understand why as I continue. And a lot of what I am going to touch on does kind of lean a nod to what Suzanne said earlier, as well as Tracy. So let me tell you about a couple of those hats that I wear. And I promise not to pull out any of the real hats that you can see in the background. I am a mom and I have just heard my son come home. So I will try to be a little bit quiet in case he makes a guest appearance to the handsome young man that you can see on your screen. Now, he is tall. He doesn't play for the NBA just yet. I'm working on it. But I feel like that's the main hat that afforded me the opportunity to be here today. My son is a young person that has severe autism. He is completely nonverbal. Although lately he seems to be able to summons me out of his room, but that's a whole other story. You see, as a parent to a young person with different abilities, and I'm not a fan of the word disability, being here today amplifies my voice and that of other parents, children, and young people who have experienced struggles with well-being, emotional and mental health with different abilities. So I apologize in advance that a small part of what I will discuss today is quite sensitive in nature, and I therefore add a trigger warning just here for that reason, but it is a small part. So here's the tough part. My son was diagnosed with autism at around 18 months old. He was walking and talking at like 9 months, and he hit all other developmental milestones. I won't go into the ins and outs of what I think triggered his autism, but I can tell you that diagnosis, that he would grow up with different abilities, triggered an immediate change in my well-being, emotional and mental health. And you'll notice that as I go on, I tend to keep the topics in this theme grouped together, and that's pretty much intentional. As a parent, I don't stop to think that this fits in the well-being category or this will help my emotional and mental health. I don't always feel like they can be compartmentalized neatly, and I definitely feel like there's overlaps. So in 2013, I started a blog called Our Autistic Lives as a way to convey what autism was like for people who lived it. And here's an excerpt. Inside, I was struggling. I became withdrawn and depressed and so very sad. I tried to smile on the outside because I didn't want Dace to pick up on it all. I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I blamed myself. I hated myself and my life. And I felt they were better off without me. So why is this important? Well, to be honest with you, back then, mental health and well-being, they weren't the buzzwords that you hear now. And if I can later, I want to maybe think about some of the reasons why that's the case. As a parent, I was coping with these dark feelings that I'd never experienced before. You know, I kept them hidden from my friends, family, work, everyone. And no one bothered to ask if I was okay. I didn't know how to deal with these feelings. I was taught to be strong. I had to be strong. I felt as though there was like this spotlight and this stigma on me because I had a child with special needs. And with that was this immense feeling of judgment, me judging myself, other people judging me, and my mental, emotional, and physical health just didn't seem to matter. I pretended to everyone I was okay. I was trying to be a superwoman, but I was failing miserably. I felt like I was the curse, and if I was not around, then Dace wouldn't be autistic and everyone would be happy. When I couldn't go on any longer and I couldn't keep it together, I wanted to stay in bed all day and I was crying. I was then faced with having to consider the emotional and mental constraints I was placing on my son, my partner, my family, because I realized it wasn't just me that was suffering. Everyone close to me was too. Let's take my dad, for example. You know, my dad was there at my son's birth. That was his first grandchild. So my dad, I know you all don't know him, but my pops he's old school West Indian. So, and he still has a strong Bayesian accent. And I remember when I told him that, you know, Dacian had autism, and he was like, "Don't worry, babe, we'll take him back to Barbados and put him in the seawater and he'll be fine." And that was his emotional coping strategy. He didn't understand autism. He didn't really know what it was. And each member of my family was pretty much the same. They had their own coping strategy. Not necessarily confronting and dealing strategy, but I don't blame them because I wasn't. I didn't know how to confront or deal with the ways in which my son's different abilities affected my well-being, emotional and mental health. I've spoken to loads of parents of children and young people with different abilities and additional needs who have confided in me that they didn't and they still don't put any weight behind their mental health or their well-being. And many of the reasons for each mom and dad are pretty much the same. They don't want to be seen as a bad parent. They don't want to be seen as incapable. They've got cultural reasons, or they've just not been offered any help. And I want you to hold on to those thoughts. As a parent, I'm not only contending with my own thoughts and feelings, but someone else's trumps mine every single time. Yep, my son's. So what does well-being and emotional health look and feel like from his perspective? You know, in the early days, I would say, at least for like the early 15 years of it, the first 15 years of his life, sorry. And I mean, he's 18 now. His well-being, I would say, was wrapped up in just trying to keep him happy and content. Because if he was happy and content, then everyone around him was happy and content. We didn't really know what well-being as it related to a child with autism was, and he couldn't tell us, at least not in a way that we understood. And his autism was often just referred to as a mental health issue. So that just confused us even more. What I didn't understand and probably didn't appreciate at the time was that my son's outbursts and challenging behavior were partly his personal expressions of emotional pain and lack of well-being. His emotional and mental health went through transitions as he grew as well, definitely through puberty, and even now as he's becoming an adult. My awareness, however, became clearer when I acquired a new hat. I am a HLTA, which is a higher level teaching assistant in a special school, and I've been there for almost 10 years. Another fun fact, I'm at the school that my son used to attend. I initially went there as kind of like a parent spy. I'm kidding, but I'm not really kidding. I just wanted to see what it was really like in this new school for him. But this new hat is what started to turn the tide. I refer to myself as an education professional, as I've learned so much about neurodiverse children and young people and their families. And I've worked with children all across the autistic spectrum, those with profound multiple learning difficulties and more. I've taught as an unqualified teacher, and I've mentored TAs and staff that are new to the profession. I love my job, even though there is no separation, because what I deal with at school, I then have to deal with at home with my son. Fortunately, in the last couple of years, I've seen a real shift in attitudes related to mental health and well-being. And for me, what's been more inspiring is that this move has been evident in special education. This has been especially crucial in supporting my son's well-being and mental health. So some examples of what I've seen in practice at special schools, and even in some mainstream, not all, some mainstream schools, after school clubs and alternative provisions include this real focus on well-being through therapy, art, music, and play therapy. And believe me, there is nothing more inspiring than seeing a young person just express themselves through dance and then just fall into fits of laughter because it makes them feel good. There are some great initiatives that I've seen. One special school that I went to recently, they close early on a Friday. I think they close at about 2:30 or so on as part of their staff well-being strategy, which I think is great. Trying to get that into my school, but I don't know how that's going to go. You know, there's the dedicated spaces, which many special schools have, but it's more about using those spaces to allow children the time and the space they need with their own emotions. In my school, we practice mindfulness, which has been especially helpful supporting our learners with the impact of lockdown and the pandemic. And even like, as I said, with my son earlier on, those life transitions, going to high school, puberty, etc. We work on emotional intelligence daily, helping our learners understand and accept how they and others feel. And again, that reminder that it's okay to not be okay. And I sometimes find and this is with my parent hat as well, that people just assume that just because a young person has additional needs, that they can't tell you how they really feel. There's been loads of work with multidisciplinary teams and partners, family liaison officers, newsletters that go home that focus on topics of well-being and anxiety, and a lot more partnership working with families, which I think is absolutely brilliant. The key to a lot of that, however, for me, is allowing children to have autonomy and to have a voice. It's great having the resources and the tools to help them support their emotional development, but you need to hear their voice. And it needs to be done in accessible ways, accounting for diverse abilities and the different levels of learners. It's certainly not one size fits all, which I think Suzanne mentioned earlier. So both of these hats, the mom and the educational professional hat, have given me a variety of lived experiences that have expanded my knowledge and understanding about emotional and mental health as it relates to special and different abilities. However, there is much more work to be done. There still exists inequity and equality around well-being and emotional and mental health that is reinforced by racial, cultural, and social disparities. Let's take a look at some stats. Children and young people with learning disabilities are 3 times more likely than average to have a mental health problem. Black people are more likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act, and children and adults from racialized communities are less likely than white peers to access or even report mental health issues. Thinking about all that I've said today, what more can we do? Well, again, I wouldn't be me if I didn't present some solutions. For far too long, many times these things have been taboo or ignored. So let's normalize offering and providing mental health support to children and families that is accessible but affordable. In addition to that, ensure that that support is tailored to the needs of the individual. And I specifically want to shout out support for dads and single parents. Building family and community networks where well-being checks are carried out, even if on the outside people appear strong, and some of those harder to reach families. More targeted and purposeful activities are needed. Signposting people to respite, short breaks for children and for the family. A big one for me is acknowledging racial, cultural, and social differences with the premise to break down, tear down, and shut down the stigma and the barriers certain groups face when it comes to well-being and mental health, particularly in special education, which is a focus of my PhD research. Let's rally for policy and legislative changes. And schools need to get the balance right. I think there was some of this in what Tracy was saying. Schools need to get the balance right between academic requirements and well-being necessities. Now, I realize that I haven't exactly told you how things turned around for me. I decided a long time ago that I needed to take stock of my well-being and my mental health for myself before anyone else. And I did so by seeking professional help, drawing on my faith in God and my spirituality, amongst other things. For my son, it is so important that his voice is heard. So he chooses activities that are calming when he needs them and others that are motivating when he needs those, all with the specific aim of helping him become more independent where his well-being is concerned. Because of his acute needs, however, he will always need additional support, which is why we are a force when we're together in tackling our emotional and mental health, from dancing around the house and gardening, and he makes a really good vegan cake, to walking in the park, making cookies and laughing until our bellies hurt. What you heard today was just a small snapshot of my story as a mom and an education professional. The lows, the highs, what works well, what more can still be done. And it's really difficult to fully understand and navigate the juggernauts that are well-being, emotional, and mental health collectively or individually, especially in 20 minutes. But I take it one day at a time with the help of my amazing son, my family, my friends, and of course, my many hats. My name is Donna Marie Holder, and I want to thank you so much for your time today. If you want to know anything more about me, please feel free to scan the QR code on screen. You can get in touch with me using the email, Twitter handle, or LinkedIn details on screen. But I really appreciate your time today. I know it was slightly different from the presentations we've had, but as I said, sometimes I feel like it's just so important to express things from a different perspective. And I probably should close by saying sometimes those hats are in competition with each other, but I'll leave that for another time. Thank you.
Donna Marie, that was amazing. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed all three presentations. They all offered something very, very different. Donna Marie, can I just ask what's your research for your PhD?
Thanks, Jonathan. So yes, my research is looking at how we empower racial identity and cultural pride in special schools. So for example, it would be teaching my son how he knows that he is a young Black man, taking pride in that, and kind of looking at how we teach race and diversity in special schools. Amazing,
amazing. Okay, so colleagues, we're going to go on to questions now to the presenters. I just want to start by actually I'm going to direct this towards you, Donna Marie. So I love the fact that you challenged the word disability, because I also have problems with that word, because I think it's a very negative word. It suggests that something's lacking, that there's a deficit within a person, and I think we should be adopting a strengths-based approach, really, rather than just focusing on the limitations. I just wanted to ask you, you said that you felt sad when Dace was diagnosed. Why was that?
Thanks, Jonathan. Definitely. We can talk about deconstructing that word disability soon as well. I think initially for me, the sadness came from the fact that he was my first child and I didn't know anything about autism. I didn't really know anything per se about special needs in depth. So, you know, as a parent, you always have these visions of what your child's going to do. Like I said, he was going to join the MBA. He still is. We're working on that. But you have these visions of what you think your child may become. And I instantly, when we got the diagnosis, for me, the first thing that they said was he has a disability, not what the disability was. That was the first thing. So as you said, the negative connotations were ringing in my mind before I even had a chance to digest it. So that sadness came from thinking, well, if this is what they're saying to me, then everyone else is going to view him in exactly the same way. And it's down to me to completely change that narrative. And that's what I actively do with him each and every day. You're on mute again, Jonathan.
Sorry. That yeah. So there's an issue there around the way in which disability is viewed, isn't it? In terms of society, people always view disability. Some people view it as a tragic thing, and I think that's to do with socially constructed norms and the way that we judge people against those socially constructed norms. So my wish really is that rather than people viewing disability as something tragic and something negative and as a deficit, that we can start to positively affirm disabled identities and see disabled identities as valid identities and not lesser identities. But yeah, that really got me thinking. Okay, right then, colleagues, any questions from the audience? Just while we're thinking of questions, I wanted to ask Suzanne. Suzanne, how can colleagues support a struggling teacher?
Yeah, thanks for that question. A really good question. I'm going to give you an example of what I've done recently with some teachers who maybe didn't realise they were struggling. Is I did some training with them on taking time to think and time to talk and not being interrupted and not having advice thrown at them. And it was 10 minutes. I gave each staff member 10 minutes to talk to another staff member and it was so powerful because it was about giving that attention and that appreciation of that other person 10 minutes, not jumping in and saying, well, what you could do is, or have you thought of it? It's not about your thinking, it's about their experience. And so it's about connecting with that person, listening to them with appreciation and attention, and kind of trying to keep judgment and comparison and ego and all those kind of things out of the room. Because what I find is that actually it's the talking it out loud, and you hear yourself say whatever, you may well come up with your own solution to that experience of struggling. Or maybe it's an acknowledgement that it's temporary, and so it doesn't necessarily need an immediate fix or an immediate solution. It's just that holding that space for that person to verbalize it or to share that experience with you. I think that's the key thing. 10 minutes is all it can take.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, so Penny's mentioning something in the chat. So Penny would like to know, Donna Marie, if you spotted anything that could be added into Tracy's brilliant 10 habits from your experience around anti-racism work in special schools. So Tracy was talking about the 10 habits of inclusive teachers. Donna Marie, do you want to add to any of those habits?
I think they were brilliant. And again, I probably would spend a little bit more time on it, but it's probably exactly what I've mentioned in mine. It's more about that acknowledgement at the first point. I think we very much need to acknowledge that there are very clear differences around kind of race, culture, etc. And I think beyond, you know, kind of the data that will tell us that a large amount of Black British boys or girls or whatever the case may be are the ones that are diagnosed the most with special educational needs. It's, you need to drill down further beyond that data. And sometimes I even question where that data comes from in itself. You know, is that data reliable? But what the government data will tell you is that the largest amount of groups that have special educational needs are first Black, Caribbean, and think then Black African, and then it goes down to white traveler families. So I would say, if anything, that I would add is very much that acknowledgement that, you know, racial and cultural differences exist, and then kind of looking at what we need to do to manage that. So I'm sure that's, you know, happy to have that discussion, Tracy. There's so much more in it. I'm at the very early stages of my research, but what I found out so far is very interesting. And, you know, Paul will tell you this, but there's very, very little research that tackles what race is like in special education, which is one of the reasons why I want to explore it. We don't look at anything beyond just kind of those statistics that just say, yes, this group here is, you know, has a high, is disproportionately advantaged over others when it comes to special educational needs. So I think it's definitely around acknowledgement in the first part and understanding. Then it's kind of like, okay, what are we going to do with this now?
Thank you, Donna Marie. And also on that point of acknowledging difference, and you've just mentioned acknowledging now, but you also mentioned it in your presentation. You talked about the importance of acknowledging difference, but do we also need to affirm difference as well as acknowledge difference? Do we need to positively affirm difference?
I think it depends. Again, you know, I'm all for kind of, personally, I would say yes. And I think there's different reasons for that. I think it depends on the scope with which you're in. But I would say, yes, acknowledging it is only the first part. Then you move on to kind of these affirmations. And again, a part of that is understanding why this difference exists. A big part of what I talk about all the time is you can't get away from the structural inequality and inequity within education, within society, etc. So you need to look at it for what it is. You need to, you know, kind of flag it up, and you need to say, okay, what are we going to do with this information now? Do we challenge it? Do we kind of just accept that it is and then that's about it? Or do we say, no, we want real change to happen? And it's really about kind of that, this whole idea of disrupting. You know, we're in times right now where it's all social and people are saying enough is enough, which is one of the reasons why I'm a huge fan of the work that Paul and the team are doing. It's about equity. It's not just the inequality now, it's equity as well.
Paul says only 2 studies have explored race and SEND, one in 2006 and one in 2020. So there's a real research gap there, isn't there? Okay. Okay, so I wanted to ask Tracy. Hi, Tracy. So you mentioned some of the professional dilemmas, some of the research you're doing, and I wondered, and you also mentioned your work in collective ed and the importance of the work that you're doing in terms of coaching and mentoring. I wondered whether you thought, what you think about the role of professional supervision or external professional supervision to support well-being within education.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think dialogical approaches to professional learning can be transformational. I think that some approaches are better than others. So I've always benefited from mentoring coaching in education. So that is an approach to professional supervision that challenges the power dynamic between the coach and the person being mentored. And it's about the coach having a openness to being wrong about things rather than necessarily being the expert. So entering into dialogues without sort of bias and being open to having their own kind of assumptions challenged. It's really difficult because in a climate, you know, where we're swimming the shark-infested waters of accountability, we often want more immediate fixes when it comes to professional learning, and supervision is an investment in time, it's an investment in staffing. However, my view and my experience tells me that it is necessary to have those approaches and to build them in, and that can be quite hard for staff as well. And I've personally been in mentoring sessions with colleagues where they've been desperate to just be told what to do in the classroom the next day. So it needs to be done well.
Yeah. I agree, Tracy, but obviously if you're working within the helping professions such as counselling, you know, and other professions, you get automatic, if you're dealing with difficult cases and complex cases, then you have the opportunity, you have professional supervision, so you have the opportunity to offload and talk to other people, talk to an external professional about what you're doing and the decisions you're making. And you know, sadly, I think we don't get that within education, but often we're dealing with complex children with complex needs, aren't we? And I think sometimes there's a need to talk about that with somebody who's not connected, and definitely somebody who's unrelated to your line management. So yeah, so I think professional supervision, we need to explore that more within education, I think.
Yeah, and that would certainly, you know, have a beneficial role in special schools as well, where there may be pupils with life-limiting conditions, pupils with challenging behaviours, moral dilemmas around exclusion, around families. So yes, I mean, yeah, there is a role for that, certainly.
Thanks, Tracy. I want to go back to colleagues. Just feel free to just post any questions in the chat. Suzanne, I want to ask you about what do you think, what systemic changes do you think are needed to address the situation for teachers, really, from a systems level?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, the obvious thing to say, there's two obvious things come to mind, and they're time and their money. But it's not just about more money and more time. It's what we then do with that more money and that more time. I think if I go back to when I first trained to be a secondary school teacher, my timetable was not as full as the timetable I had kind of 14, 15 years later, more recently, so last year, for example. And why I'm saying that is that when I first was teaching, I had this lighter timetable just because that's what the school was able to do. And so when a colleague says, oh, Suzanne, I need to go home early today because my son's in a primary school play or whatever, is there any chance you could cover my lesson? I'd happily say yes, because I wasn't as stretched in terms of my own time and my own planning and my own marking. I mean, yes, I was busy, but I had more space, more time and space. Then more recently, you know, you're lucky if you've got, you know, 1 free a week, if you're on a full teaching timetable, for example. And so that becomes a particularly precious time. And I think what happens is you close down and you look down at what you've got to do rather than looking up and doing this. You know, I'm really passionate about connecting with people and looking around and saying, how can I help? You know, it looks to me like you might be struggling, or, you know, you want to go early, that's fine, I'll cover for you, or whatever, I'll do your duty. So it's not as simple as saying time and money, but they would be a blooming good, I nearly swore, they would be a blooming good start. But I think the thing is, you know, we've got to be very specific about what that time would be used for and the benefits of having that more time. I mean, you know, Sean talked years ago about reflective practice. When honestly do teachers in any setting really have time during term time to sit down and reflect, or to have conversations about their professional practice? I'm not seeing it happening.
They don't.
Exactly. But if we don't value the power of reflection and reflecting on our own practice and engaging in professional conversations, if we don't value that, then it will be stripped back. You know, it'd be seen as superfluous. And so I think it's about really valuing the power of those professional conversations, that collaborative approach to planning that I know goes on in some schools, in many schools, but I think it's about bringing that to the surface and saying that that is what professionals need to be doing.
And actually in Scandinavia, they do that a lot. They have lots and lots of time built into their timetable for weekly reflection, and the teachers are really happy. And, you know, there's hardly any dropout from teaching. You know, it's really important to give colleagues space, I think, to do that. I would just want to bring Donna Marie back in. Donna Marie, you mentioned therapy, different therapy, wellbeing therapy, and other types of therapy. I always worry a little bit about the word therapy within education. It reminds me very much of a medical model. I just wonder whether you'd had any comments there.
So I see that we agree on quite a few things, so especially certain terms. So around, again, disability, therapy, etc. I think the lean to, especially when it comes to special education, is a medical term. So like you said, it kind of leans to either, you know, we're going to heal you, we're going to fix you, we're going to make things right. And in my mind, that's just not real life, especially again as a parent. So I see things very differently, even though I work in the profession as well. So sometimes, again, we're at odds with each other. I do think there's something in the idea that for some people, therapy is sort of some sort of release, some sort of kind of answer, as it were. And I guess maybe it's just in the way we frame it and the way that we use it. And I guess it's just important for us to be careful. You know, we do use play therapy and music therapy, etc. But as I said before, I guess the underlying ideas behind that would be, what are we trying to use those therapies for? Are we trying to use them to change completely who someone is and trying to fix someone? Or Are we trying to give them that sense of release or, some sort of answer, as it were? So I'm with you when it comes to certain terms. I'm not a huge fan of medical terms. And I do think, unfortunately, in special education, a lot of the times that is the default. We go to kind of the negative or the difference rather than appreciating that, yes, that difference is good. We're going to learn from something. We all have something to share and gain from each other. But it's being bold enough to change those terms and those narratives and make sure that you put a clear definition as to what you think those things mean and what they should be. And I'm fortunate that I work at a school where they're a lot more open to that now. They weren't all the time. They're getting there. They're getting there.
Thank you, Donna Marie. Okay, so colleagues, thank you for 3 really, really interesting, really thought-provoking presentations. So well done. Give you a clap. Okay, really, really enjoyed that. I'm going to hand back to Paul now, just to do the final few thoughts.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, colleagues. I see lots of really positive comments in the chat. I have 4 words that I would use to describe today's session. It was theoretical. There was a lot of really helpful research supporting what we're doing. I would also say it was practical, a lot of guidance to take away. I would also say it's perspectival, because there are lots as well there in terms of perspectives and experiences. And I would say it was emotional, listening to DM's really riveting account of the many hats she wears. So we are really grateful, colleagues, Jonathan, to you for chairing, colleagues, for you attending and participating, contributing your questions and so on, and also the keynote speakers and panelists for your awesome and phenomenal contribution towards our conference. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 4 o'clock to listen to James Lane, Roxanne Khan, and Alana Gay talk about race, gender, and identity. So we hope you'll be able to join us tomorrow, colleagues. But for now, thank you very much for today, and also be safe.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for this welcome and for allowing me to be here today to share with you some information. So let's talk about race in education. And I want us to think across this year and across last year, there are ebbs and flows to where we come with race and when we discuss race. So we'll know that the SWOT report was put out years ago in order to give us a sense of how race interacts with education. And even before that, there have been many, many reports. And after that, there have been many, many reports. And after every report, there's a lot of flurry of information and a flurry of activity. And then what comes after? The deafening silence. But then something changed. At least I believe something changed. Because after the death of George Floyd and the manner in which that happened, a lot of organizations started to look at how they interplay race and how they see race in society. And as a microcosm of society, education had to reevaluate where they were. Now, I do have to say, this wasn't a reevaluation from the top. This was a reevaluation from a grassroots level. Each school had a look at what was happening on the landscape and what they could do in order to make change happen, or whether or not they needed to make change happen. So let's start talking through. I think the idea started with the social change movement, and schools had to figure out how they wanted to respond to the manner in which students were acting. And what manner was this, you're going to say? Well, most of our students started to think about how they wanted organizations to react to social movements. Those organizations started to think about it. So schools saw climate change, the Me Too movement, and Black Lives Matter movements coming forth throughout their gates. And they needed to think about how they were going to respond at an age appropriate level, because primary or secondary discussion was live and it needed to happen. But they needed to conflate this idea with whether or not they were reacting to the progression of the social movement, or whether the progression of the social movement had become something that was now embedding itself into their schools. Now, in doing so, schools had to consider and think about what it is they wanted to really be their core purpose and their core strategies. And they needed to think about how they wanted these movements to be challenged across schools. So a lot of schools didn't take to writing black squares or showing black squares. A lot took to writing statements. And in those statements, there were grand statements about race and racism and talking about what they were going to do in order to allow things to happen. But within those statements didn't come the action, because as we know, statements are empty. It depends on the action that they're going to follow on with. So lots of organizations, Education Equity Services, Leeds Beckett University in their race cred, BayMed, all of us started looking and saying, well, no, this is not about your statement. This is a time to think about your call to action. And how do we embed that call to action? And it came about in different ways, looking at what schools are doing for pupils, what schools are doing for their communities, and what schools were doing for their staff, in order to make sure that everyone had a place where they were valued for who they are. And a lot of conversation came about talking about authentic leadership, being your own person and having the space to be you within the workplace. Really important conversations needed to be had, and schools were preparing themselves to have it. Everything focused on people being somewhere where they would be valued, where they could be their authentic selves and not have to worry about anyone else that would be there around them. And some schools have done it well. Most, however, rushed into action without a clear strategy. And instead, we got to that idea of where performative outweighed the actual depth of activity being done. So when we look at change that's happened within schools, there is some, and it is identifiable, but whether it's genuine in terms of the depth that it's been able to bring forth is something that we would have to debate later. Because most schools did what schools do. We ran to train everyone. And with that training, we wanted to make sure that everybody got diversity training and had an understanding and was able to do a bit more. But as it says, the revolution was never going to be diversity training. There was no reason why diversity training was going to create and embed a change in the actual practice that is going to happen within any school. Don't get me wrong, there are things to be learned, but those things have to be part of a strategic aim, not just a reactionary one. Because in one day, I cannot erase what has been a lifetime of subtle and explicit learning that has happened to a person throughout their social partnerships, their education, what is chosen for them to be taught, and with the people they interact with, and the influences they have from the media. So something of far greater depth was needed. And the organizations that looked at training and giving it and doing training for change started to ensure that what they put forward was going to give far more depth than just anti-bias training or implicit bias training. Schools, being schools, started with the thing that they know best. They started with the curriculum. Now, there are lots of different ways to tackle the curriculum. Personally, I believe that before looking at the curriculum, one has to look at self and have a much better understanding of their own identity and belonging within any school community before you can start to look at well, how does my curriculum reflect the identity and belonging of everyone in here and everyone who is not in the room? But schools started with their curriculum, and there's been a flurry of activity over the past 2 years in order for us to get our curricula to be far more recognizable. And the key question is there: how do you recognize diverse experiences as worthy of note and exploration? Now, I wish I am the one who came up with that quote, because it's very profound and it cuts straight through the right issue that we have to discuss. But it actually came from the Center for Literacy and Primary Education in their Reflecting Realities report. Now, in that report, they analyzed lots of literature and books used in literacy. And so whether or not the protagonist was of a diverse background, how they were of diverse background, whether or not there was any depth to their character and description and their part in the play or their part in the novel. Work like this is significantly important, because what we risk in education is that when we say curriculum, we sideline to, oh, race is a history issue. Race is a English issue, literacy issue. We don't recognize that race is a thread, a golden thread that needs to be embedded throughout every single part of a school's culture and being. It's not just about specific subjects tackling the issue, but it's about how we round that discussion as a part of developing the culture that we have that overarches our school. Discussing race and identity and difference is one of the core elements that makes a school successful. If you have an environment where that's able to be discussed, then everything else will fall into place and will be able to be discussed, because that's an environment where there is safety in discussion and there's depth of knowledge that goes with it. Now, I'm mentioning that depth of knowledge because a discussion happening in isolation is not one that's going to help or support anyone. We need to make sure that our teachers are well prepared. And I think this will be my first critique and challenge. The new programs of education that are coming out for ITT, ECT, NQ, NPQs, none of these, not one, has brought race, identity, and belonging as a forefront part of understanding how schools should operate. And that fills me with sadness, because 2 years after one of the most tragic deaths that we've witnessed on social media and on film, our education leaders still don't recognize the importance of us having these discussions. Even after we watched the impact of the football last week, our education leaders still don't prepare our initial teacher trainees, our beginner teachers, our leaders and school leaders at every level to discuss race as a fundamental part of operation of a school. Now, that said, there are some organizations that are doing really great work and starting to grow those seeds. And I'm going to give some commendation to the Church of England, who have done a report called From Lament to Action. And if you have the time, I suggest that you have a read of that report, because within that report, there is recognition of where they are on this journey, honest reflection, and all the points that are raised for action. So now every single facet, whether education or church or otherwise, are working towards those aims and goals that have been explicitly laid bare for them to have a look at, explicitly played out for them to now make judgment upon and see how they can do better. And that's what I want for schools. I want our schools, every single one, to be able to look at what they present, what they put forward, and what they do within their curriculum, within their community, within their culture, and make that change happen. Not just by a statement, but by the actions that you take that allow every single person who is within those walls and those outside of it to know that there is belonging and there is understanding and there is acceptance within those walls. So we started by looking at how we reframe the conversation, and that's really important for schools to do. Because when we look at ideas like neutrality, where we say, well, you know, I don't really deal with matters of race, or meritocracy, where we say, well, you know, the best person was there for the job, knowing very well we do not live in a meritocratic system. Or even worse, not seeing color, when you don't even acknowledge that it is an issue, or you don't acknowledge the heritage and the differences that we have around us, because it's just too difficult to deal with. Those challenges have been placed and are placed regularly within the conversations that are had in schools. It is no longer acceptable to be neutral or to make false claims of meritocracy or to just ignore the entire issue. It is now that schools need to recognize that when we speak about race in education and belonging, that it is their job. It is the job of the leader, from the person right to the top to the person cleaning the floors, to ensure that within your culture, that those conversations are taking place and not diminish the work towards equity and justice. And when we frame the conversation for our students, we like to use the term, let's look at whether or not we have the mirror and the window. Can I see myself reflected in everything I do in this school? And do I feel like I belong here? But do I also acknowledge that this is just one experience and I need to have great understanding of the experiences of others in order for me to have a better understanding of the world? So we reframe the conversation to give us our mirror and our window through which we can look extremely far into other cultures and see and seek to understand them much better. Even reframing the way we have conversations. Now, one of the things that I really hate is the idea that we have hard to reach communities. It's not that the community is hard to reach. It's just that you're not making the effort to change your communication to meet their needs, or using their communication to ensure that they know that they belong and are a part of this conversation. So imposition of things such as hard to reach communities onto other people needs to be eliminated from education in our schools, because those communities aren't the problem. We are. We're the ones who need to be reaching out, and we're the ones who need to be drawing people in. So we're the ones who need to be far more flexible and malleable in the manner in which we communicate. And reframing, I think, comes through a lot of our thinking as well. So when I first started BayMed, we used to talk about, well, we want equality, and how do we bring equality about? And it's through interactions with Professor Paul Miller and other academics of his stead that we realize that you can't talk so much about equality, because what we're looking for isn't that. And even when we think about equity, we're looking to build equity into the system that currently exists. But to be quite honest, the vast majority of us, especially in education, what we want and need to do is to actually just destroy the system and remove everything that's a barrier and bring justice as a large part of our system. So looking at how we make justice an essential part of what we're doing is what needs to be really built into our system of education. How do we start off with equity, fixing what we currently have, making those adjustments, and then ensure that we then reconstruct an education system that provides justice for all. So when we talk about taking action, you've already started. You've started. You're on this journey. You're here right now, and you are here listening to this presentation. You have found out about education equity services, and you recognize that there's depth to the quality of work that they're doing, and you want to be a part of that journey because you recognize it's not superficial and not at top level. Well, it's the same for us at BayMed. We are here and we look at the system and get advice on how we can make sure that that system is changed, and that when we speak of race in education, we can speak of representing leaders, providing coaching for them, providing opportunity, and making sure that everyone who comes into the education space knows that they have a fair chance, that we have an equitable system. And the same for our students. It is even more important in a monocultural school for there to be recognition of race in education than it is for a diverse school. Because in a monocultural school, there is a high risk that those children are going to exist within the bubble of their existence and never think and consider their feelings towards everyone else who is in our global community. So I urge you to remember that we're here to ensure that our students and everyone else that we're working with is here to be built into an education system where they belong, where they have a sense of identity, and where they can feel their true selves being shared every day. And that's true for our staff, our governors, our students, and all those communities that we end up influencing through the work that we do in schools.
Thank you very much, Alana. With my timekeeper hat on, that was 18 minutes and a couple seconds. So are there persons with questions? You can switch your microphones on and ask your questions directly, or I'm monitoring the chat so I can read them out to Alana. So I'm seeing lots of messages saying brilliant presentation. Thank you so much, Alana. Powerful words, amazing. So I think your presentation has gone down extremely well. I'm just checking to see if there are questions. Are there any questions? We still have 2 more minutes. We can field some questions to Alana. Oh, Catherine, I see your hand up. Go right ahead. Your microphone is not working. I'm not sure why. Did you connect with computer audio? Is there anyone else?
Volume or type the question?
Yeah, looks like if you can type the question, maybe you'll have to go out and come back in and reconnect to the computer audio. Just gonna keep looking at the chat in case. And check also the gallery view to see if anybody else has their hand up.
Ooh.
Oh, was that Catherine a while ago? I heard, no?
Catherine has.
Oh, her question is there. So Catherine is asking, what do we do when we get it wrong?
When you get it wrong, you do what you always do. You hold your hands up, listen to the people who explain to you why you got it wrong, admit to getting it wrong, and then say how you're going to make that change happen, and then make that change happen. No one is expecting hundreds of years of embedded thoughts to suddenly disappear overnight, and a structure that we have, an institutional structure, to suddenly change and us all to get it right. I know that there is a culture of blame that sort of goes, well, you got this really wrong, you're therefore a bad person. But you have to be able to separate your action and the intent of your action from the result of it, and then say, I recognize that I didn't get it right on this time. Watch for the evidence that I'm committed to this journey. Watch and see how right I will get it the next time, and then make sure that happens.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this question in the chat, and then that's the last one, then we'll move on to our second speaker. So a question from Amit Chada. How do policies come into this? How important is it that senior teams set it out in writing what they believe and what they are doing to promote equality, and to ensure that colleagues of color are truly heard, seen, and supported? Words on paper are fine, but but living the words are where we'll see change, right? So that's the question mark at the end, right?
I think I could answer that.
I agree.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, values are something that are not your poster on the wall or the policy in your folder. They have to be things that are lived and experienced day to day by all of your colleagues. And if owning up to the honesty of those lived values isn't a part of the values, then you're doing it wrong and you're building the culture incredibly wrong. So yes, it does have to be something, policies do have to be things that are written by the SLT, but reviewed by a wide range of people, and reviewed by a wide range of people from very different backgrounds and very different perspectives. That's how we end up finding out where the elements of racism exist inside of our policy, or where the elements or the risk that are posed to some students in higher proportion to others, where that exists within the policy. So that needs to be part of the review. Listening to your colleagues. Every school should have a culture where every colleague can come to discuss serious issues. Because if I can't discuss racism with you, why would I discuss sexism with you? Why would I discuss homophobia with you? Why would I discuss any of those other really excessive and important conversations with you? So schools need to change themselves so that they become receptacles to this information and act on it and put forward structures, not just groups or discussion groups where it's only all the teachers of color that get together and discuss and no one listens and makes change happen, but really commit to the journey. Get well trained in how to make change happen, create a strategy, just like you do for every single important element of a school, and then make sure that colleagues are brought along on that journey and are part of it.
Thank you so much, Alana. Brilliant. You've kicked off the session very well, and I'm going to move on to Dr. James Lane now. I'm sure we'll have more questions for Alana later, so don't fret. We have the panel discussion segment coming up at the end, so you'll get to field more questions to Alana. I'm now going to introduce Dr. James Lane. He's executive head teacher at St. Francis de Sales Federation in Tottenham and St. Joseph's Catholic Primary in Hendon. Ofsted have described him as being highly effective and his leadership as assured and visionary and inspirational. His experience as a school leader, he is the program leader for Future Leaders and has worked in school improvements for Haringey LA. So without further ado, welcome Dr. James Lane.
Thank you very much, Kanisha. Those introductions always make me sound much more able than I actually feel as a school leader, but thank you very much. You're very gracious. Let me start my timer and make sure that I'm on track with my times, and then I'll share my screen. I think it was Catherine and Ahmet who asked questions there, which hopefully I will be able to dovetail with Alana's as well as a white school leader, as a leader who really wants to create change and social justice. I want to take some of Alana's points and really put my view on those as someone who wants to take very much the stance that Alana takes as well. But my point here is about deliberate and informed curriculum activism and seeing our curriculum change as a way of being an activist to create the social justice that we want. There we go. This old saying that the arc of the moral universe inevitably bends towards justice, I hope it's true, but while these words have been repeated many times by great orators like Martin Luther King, they were first uttered by the abolitionist Theodore Parker over 200 years ago. Now, I think he'd probably be disappointed at how quickly that moral arc is bending, and we're still having the same conversations that perhaps he was having 200 years ago about racism and institutionalized racism. So while there may be some improvements over time, the cold hard facts reveal that for outcomes for our Black and minority ethnic community in areas such as education, health, criminal justice sector, just to name a few, are not where they should be. And as Alana said, you know, we've got the murder of George Floyd, we've got everything coming out of Brexit, even the fallout from the Euro to the 2020 final show that these issues are alive and as confronting as they ever have been. Even today, I've been told by members of our school community, since Sunday, they've been abused on the bus by racists wanting to make their point, feeling emboldened perhaps by the penalty shootout on Sunday, or even the behavior of some of our politicians. The arc of history may well inevitably bend towards justice, but it's not bending quickly enough, and it doesn't bend on its own. The question for me as a school leader is, what can I do? And how can I work with others to make it bend more quickly? The overriding core value that drives me as a leader is fairness. I've never been able to tolerate inequality or discrimination. I was that irritating child who would point to something and say, that's not fair. I've grown into an irritating school leader who still points to things and says, that's not fair. And surely that's the job of every school leader, to create a more equal society through the constant focus on social justice in our schools. Now, I've been a school leader for nearly 20 years in North London, predominantly in highly diverse areas of Edmonton and Tottenham. And social justice has always been my focus. Sometimes I've got it right, and we're talking about the times we get it wrong. And believe me, I've got it wrong. But my 20 years of experience, hopefully I'll share with you some of the ways to get it more right than you get it wrong. Before I go into the practicalities, I would just want to explore social justice. What does it really look like? Alana was saying before that some head teachers will say, I don't see color. I just work the best I can for all of my pupils. I think what we're coming to understand is that educationally, race, culture, and background is something that does matter, and it matters a lot. This young man here, Marcus Rashford, now I'm Australian, so I don't know a lot about your football over here. But what I do know is this young man is a man of honor and integrity who is proud of his culture and his heritage. For me to say as a school leader, I don't see your color, is foolish at best, insulting. So, and what makes it even worse is his skin color will be the first thing that people will insult when they want to criticize him in any way. So culture, race is incredibly important, and school leaders are foolish, even ludicrous, not to admit that. We need to make sure that our young people see themselves reflected back in the curriculum that we deliver to them. A curriculum that shows people they can be proud of from their background and their heritage. And not just for them. This isn't just for different ethnic groups. This is for all people, all school groups, all children will benefit from a more equal and diverse curriculum delivery. Getting good test results as a head teacher is important. But what if there's a group of young people in your school who don't believe they can get good results? They've always been told that they can't do it, or they've never seen themselves represented in any of the examples you've given. There are barriers at every step that I, as a white school leader, can't see, or even worse, I refuse to see. I must not perpetuate an education system that has served me well just because it served me. The evidence isn't clear, and well, the evidence is clear that it's not serving everybody. There's a real necessity that I, as a white male school leader, use my position to ensure that the progress towards social justice accelerates. If for no other reason than school leadership up and down the country has worrying few Black and minority ethnic groups represented. I think I'm right, and Paul Miller will be able to correct me on this, but I think I'm right in saying that out of 22,000 educational institutions, fewer than 500 are from a BAME background. That in itself seems to herald that the educational landscape needs to change, and quickly. That is why school leaders like me must become a powerful ally. Creating a curriculum that more accurately reflects the community it serves isn't just a job for the people of colour in our community, but perhaps this is the reason the arc of history hasn't bent more quickly. Those in positions of power haven't seen the need or known what to do, or have actively shied away from creating the change that's required. So white leaders must use their positions of power to sanction, support, and bring about the change required to create a more equal society. I'm going to say something contentious here about school leaders up and down the country. So forgive me for those of you who may be head teachers, but this is something I think that needs to be said. There may be a wider issue here to say that we may well be recruiting and developing the wrong sort of school leaders, head teachers and MAT CEOs. there's a high level of complexity to the problems that need to be solved in schools. These sorts of problems have been referred to as wicked problems. Whoops, sorry, there we go. As wicked problems, not because they're evil, although sometimes that is the case, but these are called wicked problems because they're more than just a bit complicated, right? Creating a timetable for my, key stage 3 and 4 secondary school, that's complicated, right? But it can be solved. Wicked problems have so many moving and independent and evolving social and cultural factors, they may well be impossible to solve. Now, racial justice is one, poverty, class, climate change, obesity, homelessness are all examples of wicked problems. Now, today I'm going to be focusing on race, but imagine how wicked a wicked problem becomes at this point of intersectionality. Now, I refer to this point here as an ultra wicked problem. This is a level of complexity that school leaders need to deal with every day. We really need a special sort of leadership to solve wicked problems. We need to think, we need people who are dedicated to our young people in the school, but are also thinking at a higher level. So they're thinking of school, but they're thinking at a system level too, a wider educational approach to improvement. They need to see beyond the boundary of their own school walls in order to tackle the incredibly difficult work of impacting positively on the wider educational systems. Heads who can work in partnership with local organisations and other schools in a deep and developmental way, rather than being in constant competition with the school down the road. The problem is, however, traditionally school leaders have been recruited because they're all knowing, dynamic, charismatic, commanding, with a powerful work ethic. And here's just a little ad I've drafted up for a head teacher that may look familiar to you. If I just highlight there in bold the attributes we want our leaders to have, you may think they're reasonable: visionary, commanding, motivational, persuasive, resilient. It may be interesting to note that these are also the tendencies that psychopaths have as well. Research shows that by Dutton that 1 in 25 CEOs are considered to be psychopathic, 4 times higher than the general population. Now, I'm not saying that every head teacher up and down the country is a psychopath, and far from it. You can make your own decisions on that. What I am saying is that these leadership traits may not be the leadership traits we need our leaders to have in order to solve the wicked social, cultural problems that are in front of them today. The leaders we have aren't the right leaders, perhaps. Not always. There are some fantastic school leaders up and down the country, and I'm not maligning all of them. But the problems that have persisted for generations, and we need a different way of thinking about our school leadership. I've tried to fix that advert. Governors are looking to recruit a supportive developmental leader who takes an evidence-based approach to teaching and learning. They will need to work collaboratively with stakeholders and young people to co-construct school improvement. The leader will need to have a deep understanding of systems thinking and working cooperatively with nearby schools and in the interests of the local community. Being reflective is important, as is an ability to admit when you are wrong and to be vulnerable and humble. Isn't that a leader that we would like to work for? And let me highlight those key attributes of the leaders that we want in our schools. So to solve the wicked problems, we need better leaders. We need to recruit better leaders, and we need to make sure our accountability systems are focused on the right things. Now, these are big questions that we need to be thinking about. But as Alana said, let's think about them now. Let's make a big change. And let's make sure that we take forward in the right way a focus on these issues. So this is a slide that I've taken from Paul Miller's presentation he did a little while ago, which is about social justice work in education as activism, pedagogical activism, emancipatory activism, and regulatory activism. So we need curriculum change. And I think it was Catherine or Ahmet brought up the fact that our policies and our practices and our legal structures also need to focus, and we need to be active in those areas. And we need people who are actively engaged in the process of social justice thinking. So this is great. I mean, this is a great framework for schools to act in. So I just wanted to spend, the last sort of 5 minutes of my presentation taking you through the things that we have done as a school to bring about the really dedicated and informed activism that we need in all of our schools, and how we've also worked with other schools to create beyond our borders an opportunity to have a wider system impact. Because as Alana said, we can't just be neutral. Desmond Tutu talks about the fact that if you are neutral in instances of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. The example we give is if you see an elephant with its foot on the tail of a mouse, and you say to the mouse you are neutral, the mouse will not thank you for your neutrality. So people aren't thanking us for saying, I don't see race, I don't see color, I'm working in the best interest of everybody. There's times when we need to be active, and this is the way that we need to take forward our school leadership. So as I said, the way we've described it in our school is deliberate, informed curriculum activism focused on creating a more equal society. So as an SLT, we felt the following points were really important. We needed to work towards a joint acceptance that this is a problem that requires our action. And we need to be really clear about this. There'll be a wide range of view in schools about this particular piece of work. We need to contextualize the issues and align staff behind a joint understanding of what are some challenging issues. What is decolonizing the curriculum? Is it diversifying, inclusifying? And what's the difference between those terms? These discussions will be important because I've come to find that some of my assumptions and understanding on the views I thought other people held are not right, and we need to unify our opinions as a school team and between groups of head teachers. I need to accept that my own unconscious bias is part of the problem. An example I use is that for me, I've always had a problem with young men in schools. They never live up to my expectations. But in a conversation I was having with a coach one day, they said, well, why do you have such high expectations of young men in education? And do you have the same expectations of all people? So it was a really interesting and quite confronting question for me to say, my goodness, have I had lower expectations of others because these young men in education look and sound and share interests that I have? So that unconscious bias sits in all of us. Now, for someone who believes in fairness, to be told that perhaps I was being unfair unconsciously is really confronting. But it is part of the problem, and I need to try and inform myself, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more in a moment. But also coming together as groups of head teachers and accessing that collective intelligence by being part of a group of school leaders that solves a really wicked problem. Commit to becoming informed, and as informed as possible. This isn't something I can do by myself. Head teachers have this real identity where we're all knowing, right? We don't have to ask for help. For a wicked problem, we really need to ask for help. You've got to realize this isn't something you can do on your own. For my own part, I've been able to work with Professor Miller and include in our school and work with a group of schools on the incredibly helpful inclusive curriculum framework. And something like this really helps to surface the curriculum and your policy gaps and your habits that you need to improve.
1 minute.
And you need to help those around you to get better at understanding what the intellectual heavy lifting is to do. You need to develop resilience against white sensitivity. Now, there's the white fragility, but there's a real sensitivity to these actions you need to take. Discussions are nuanced. You know, we had a long conversation about the term half caste. Is that okay to use? One of our teachers who has a Nigerian husband, they refer to their children as half caste. Yet some of our parents, when we used a poem in year 6 that used the phrase, were very insulted by it. So some of our teachers are really put off from even engaging in a conversation after that, because they felt that this very sensitive and the criticism really hit home with them. So there needs to be careful navigation of the way forward. commit resources. Nothing speaks as strongly as making a head teacher who spends money well. We bought all the staff books to read, you know, Why I No Longer Speak to White People About Race. Anything by David Olusogu has been excellent. All of our staff have received those books. We completely reviewed our curriculum and saw where we could teach the same objectives, but through a less Eurocentric approach. Our focus was to make sure our young people could see themselves reflected back in the curriculum that we delivered to them. And in a country where nearly a third of all the school population comes from a diverse background, only 1% of books have a diverse character as the main character. And of course, in Tottenham and Edmonton, it's closer to 90%. 90% of the children have 1% of the examples for them. Being aware of being tokenistic. I've had BAME members of staff who have asked to be involved who have refused because of historically seeing attempts at this sort of work being tokenistic. We need to look at the deep and sustained systemic change and then looking for next steps. For us, we need to look at our community and we need to review our policies. Doing this work is hard, but if the events of the last few years and even the last few days have taught us anything, it's work we really need to do. Getting good test results for our pupils is important, but leaders operating at a system level and solving wicked problems to make a difference to the lives of the children they serve now and to create a more equal society for generations to come. So this quote, I think, is really important, but to update it a little bit, I think all that is needed is for good people to do nothing or continue to do what they'd always done. To defeat evil, we need to be deliberately and informed, involved in activism. That's what good people do, and that's what really good leaders do. Kenesha.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, let me just stop this. You were almost 2 minutes over, so that's going to eat into our Q&A right now. So I think we have time for one question, then we'll move to our third speaker, and then we'll take all the questions that you have at the end. I just want to stick to time in terms of getting the speakers in at the beginning. So I'm just checking the chat to see if any questions came in while James was speaking. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we can take audio as well. Just checking for hands and checking the chat at the same time. It's a bit tricky.
I have a question.
Sorry, go right ahead.
I don't know how to raise my hand. Apologies.
Okay, I see a hand raised from Joe, and I see Musharat is already speaking. So go ahead, Musharat.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dr. Lane, should we be, to create change, should we be flipping the narrative of the questions we seek to answer, such as why are there so many white leaders, and also why are white children underrepresented in the exclusion units as well, instead of always focusing on the Black children or the Black narrative or the ethnic minority narrative? Wouldn't that be a more transformational way of looking at things?
Musharat, that is absolutely right. Paul and I have spoken about this before, where we've spoken about the fact that it's not so much about, you know, not having enough Black leaders. It's about the fact that leadership isn't a position that our Black and minority ethnic people want to go to. It's not inviting to them. So we need to make it, you know, I worry that, and Paul and I have spoken about this, where perhaps our Muslim colleagues or those who follow religion, where going to the pub is not something you do. How many of our SLTs will go to the pub and have informal meetings there, which then get picked up in SLT meetings back, and they feel isolated. So, you know, white leaders really do need to flip those conversations. And also when it comes to the behavior of our young invariably young Black boys in school, we need to understand that behavior better. It's not perhaps that they're behaving any worse than other children or white children. It might be that just the white people dealing with those young people don't understand those behaviors and how to interpret them and how to manage them. So you're absolutely right. The questions we ask sometimes are the wrong questions. And I'm sure Paul and I will pick up about this a bit later on. And sorry, there was one other.
Yes, there was Jo. Jo had her hand up, so, or I'm not sure.
I was just saying if we could get copies of the PowerPoints, because I think they'd be really useful to share with SLT. I'm definitely experiencing some of the things that you've talked about. I offer to do it as an award, and suddenly SLT are very interested. But then the people who really do want change are not interested because they see it for what it is, which is tokenistic. So yeah, I'd love to get some of these PowerPoints if you don't mind sharing them.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll get permission from the speakers. If they're willing to share, then that would be great. So we're going to move on to our third speaker, Dr. Roxanne Khan. She's an award-winning expert in interpersonal violence. She's director of HARM, so that's Honor Abuse Research Matrix, and it's an international consortium working collectively to combat honor abuse and forced marriage. She has published extensively on domestic abuse and presents her work to national and international audience, and now to us. So thank you for coming, Dr. Khan. Please share your slides and go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to minimize my screen so I can still see you all. Thank you, first of all, Dr. Linton, for that introduction there, and good morning to everyone in the room. So my name, I've just been kindly introduced to everyone, but my name is Dr. Roxanne Khan, and I'm the director of the Honor Abuse Research Matrix, and I'm also co-director of GRACE, which stands for the Global Research Centre for Equality, and we're based at the University of Central Lancashire. Now, I must start by saying thank you to Professor Miller for inviting me to speak today, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking alongside the two absolutely powerful talks that I was privileged to hear just now, and to be able to contribute to this very first, and I'm finding very inspirational, Equality in Education conference. I take talking at events extremely seriously. I'm quite a serious person, and I spent a lot of time reflecting on the theme of the day, race, gender, and identity. And I started thinking how absolutely apt it was, because in so many ways, it perfectly captures much of my professional work over the last 2 decades. I also have to admit that I miss the good old pre-pandemic days of meeting new people at conferences, just meeting and talking and sharing ideas. So over the next few minutes, while I tell you a little bit about myself and the work that I do in this area, it'll be really good to know a little bit about the people in this room too. I can see names and I can see faces, but I think it'd be really good if I had some sort of idea who you were. So please feel free to type a few words into the chat so I know who you might be. Anything you want to share, you might not want to. Perhaps your role, or perhaps your interest in this specific theme. It's also good so we all know who we all are as well. Otherwise, obviously, it'd be great to talk to you during the panel session that follows my talk. Now, I mentioned previously that I'm the founder and director of HARM, the Honor Abuse Research Matrix. Now, HARM is an international research group, and we responded. The reason we were launched is because we responded to the extremely pressing need for an inclusive approach to domestic abuse, research, policy, and practice. And that it had to include, not just include as a tick box exercise, but it had to center Black and Asian victims' experiences, and that might include also something that's referred to as harmful traditional practices. These might include honor abuse, forced marriage, and female genital mutilation, FGM. Today is a really significant day for people who have either known, loved, or worked for or with victims of honor abuse. For those of you who are on Twitter or might know otherwise, today is the National Day of Memory for Victims of Honor Killings. And in respect of this, and because I'm here today, I'm going to focus my talk on safeguarding Black and Asian female domestic abuse victims in the education sector. I'm not going to go into any details. I won't be showing any graphic images, but I would like to suggest that you take into consideration, I'm talking about domestic abuse, which is a sensitive issue. So please feel free to switch the camera off, your volume off, and consider the people in the room that you might be sharing the room with as well. To set the scene, please allow me to introduce you to Banaz Mahmood. You can see her here when she was aged 19. And in this picture, this is a shot of the video, and it's, as you can see, it's grainy footage of the police station that she went to 5 times to forewarn the police that she was going to be murdered. She even told them the names of the people who were going to kill her. She even wrote it down for the police. They will try again, she said. In fact, Banaz's precise words were, people are following me. Still, they are following me. At any time, if anything happens to me, it's them. Now I've given you my statement. What can you do for me? The painful answer is nothing. Soon after this, when she walked out of the station, Banaz disappeared from her home in London. Her body was found eventually, sometime later, in Birmingham, where she'd been brutally murdered and buried in a suitcase. She was the victim of a so-called honor killing. Banaz was murdered, and I mean brutally murdered, tortured before this by 5 men, including her father and her uncle. And this is because they believed that she had dishonored them by leaving her abusive husband, and that she'd been forced into marrying, by the way, and falling in love with another man. Now, I'm sure many of you might be wondering why, at an educational conference, I've opted to open with this tragic story. The answer is that I believe, and people that I work with, that our schools, colleges, and universities play a massive part in preventing such a harrowing story having to be told again. In the highly publicized investigation following Banaz's murder, it was revealed that throughout her life, multiple organizations had failed to safeguard her at multiple stages of her life for multiple reasons, and that these organizations included her school and her college, who were aware that her and her sisters were being abused, that they were victims of FGM, and that they were victims of honor abuse before her and her sister, was murdered in an honor killing. I wanted to do something. I'm like many of you, I'm a person of action. I wanted to answer Banaz's question when she asked the police, now I've given you your statement, what can you do for me? I wanted to do something. So in 2020, we answered her plea. And we did this by developing a guidance. And this was for all our organizations in the UK, including schools, colleges, and universities. And this was developed and how to help organizations safeguard their employees who were affected by not only domestic abuse, but including Black and Asian women, women of minoritized ethnic heritage. So it also includes harmful traditional practices. Guidance was dedicated to Banaz's memory, and it was our effort to do something positive and practical to equip organizations like those in the education sector, and how they can and how they must help victims in a way that's inclusive and culturally competent. To develop this guidance, we received funding from Research England, and we worked with a panel of leading experts renowned for their work to combat harmful traditional practices. Now, this included Nazia Afzal, who some of you may know as the former chief prosecutor, Crown prosecutor, and also Caroline Good, who was the actual detective who led the investigation on Banaz's murder. And she led a very complex international investigation to bring her murderers to justice. The guidance was actually released in the exact same week, the very few days of lockdown, a period which we now know in which domestic abuse rates absolutely rocketed. We assumed that the world would be far too busy coping with the pandemic to notice the launch of something as humble as this guidance. Yet we quite quickly realized that there was an urgent need for information in this area. We received news that this guidance was the 10th most accessed COVID-19 document across all academic repositories in the UK, USA, New Zealand, and Australia. It's still in the top 20 one year on. And in the UK, the guidance has been adopted by leading organisations, including NHS employers and the Crown Prosecution Service. Now, here's something else about me. I'm a forensic psychologist, and I've worked with many of the psychopaths that James referred to in his talk earlier. I've worked in prisons and I've worked with violent offenders. I'm an academic. I research violence and abuse. And over the last 20 years, I've worked at universities across the UK. I've been either a student or staff member since, I don't want to give my age away really, but since 1995, I've either been a student of psychology, forensic psychology, or a staff member. And I'm currently a course leader with over 150 students in my charge as their course leader. Now, over this long period, I've learned how much of an issue domestic abuse is in the HE sector. And it's a problem not only for students, but for staff. So I became quite alarmed when I thought about it, that while other key sectors in the UK were taking our guidance really seriously, enough to adopt this guidance, you can guess which sector was slower to respond. So the education sector is, I feel like I belong here. It's my second home. So we applied for and received more funding from Research England to investigate this in more detail. And what we found really did disappoint me, and it shocked me actually. Despite domestic abuse being at epidemic proportions, and estimates that over 185,000 staff and students are victims of domestic abuse annually, only 1.5 of UK universities had a domestic abuse policy in place. And of the handful that did, and I mean a handful, I think it was 6, they were almost entirely, or nearly all of them, didn't even make one mention of Black or Asian staff or students. Now, this is despite a significant proportion of staff and students in the UK who are from ethnic minorities, not one mention. In response to this, we teamed up with a panel of leading domestic abuse experts and policy experts in the HE sector, and this includes, and I'm very happy to say this, Professor Miller. We also worked with the Domestic Abuse Commissioner for England and Wales and many other leading experts. And we produced the UK's first domestic abuse guidance in the education sector. Now, launched last month, the domestic abuse guidance has been endorsed by Office for Students and Universities UK, who speak for 131 universities in the UK. And also it's been endorsed by national charities, including Women's Aid and Safe Lives, and male charities for male victims. And we're currently in talks with the Department of Education and an all-party parliamentary group on domestic abuse, and how they're going to champion it in the coming year. I'm going to post links to this guidance in the chat rather than repeat what it's about. And I will urge you as a call to action, because I've said before, I'm a woman of action, and I can tell there's people of action in this room. I urge you to share this with your colleagues and your senior executives. But in a nutshell, we believe that UK colleges and universities are national assets, and at the heart of every city, they are agents of social change and mobility, and they contribute to every social and cultural vitality. They play a key and fundamental part in our communities. So to support all of our universities in upholding this ethos, This guidance makes, I believe, a compelling legal, moral and financial business case for their policymakers to develop a domestic abuse policy in a way that respects the cultural and ethnic mix of both their staff and their students. I'm absolutely awful, I have to admit, at following time. I usually speak far too much, so I have no idea if I've got 7 years left to speak or 30 seconds, so I'm going to wrap it up now.
You have 3 minutes.
How about that? That's the first time in my life. I'd like to thank you, all of you, for listening to me talk today about a sensitive topic. And I'd like to end on a positive note, because unfortunately the area that I work in is doesn't, it's not something that you can sing and dance about. But the way I see it is that in every discussion that we have about racism, about gender inequality, prejudice, domestic abuse, it's a springboard to action. And what we can, it's the beginning point of anything, which is change. And it's also a response for me to Banaz's question when she asked, what can you do for me? And I'd like to ask you, what can you do for Banaz? What can you do for girls like Banaz, for boys like Banaz? Because everyone in this school has something that they can bring to the table. And often all it takes is just that one brave person to speak out, to share a resource, and it leads, that small change can make a big difference to some of the most vulnerable people in the education sector, but also to society as a whole. I'm going to end with saying, again, it's in memory of all victims of honour abuse, and I would love to hear any questions that you may have for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. What I'm going to do now, because we are 5 minutes into the panel segment, I'm going to let us start with the Q&As now, but I'm going to field questions for Dr. Khan first. So if you have questions for Dr. Khan based on her presentation, please, you can drop them in the chat now or raise your hand and switch your microphones on. And then after that, we'll take questions for all the panelists, which, if I might remind you, it's Alana Gay and Dr. James Lane and Dr. Roxanne Khan. So based on the 3 speakers this afternoon, we'll be opening up to general questions for all the speakers. I'm just checking if there are any hands up.
I've got a hand up. I'm going to ask myself a question.
Go on.
I often think that, and again, because I understand listening to these things aren't always easy for people, and also to ask questions, because there's always going to be people affected by what we're talking about. So if there are any questions in the future, please feel free to drop me a line and email me, and I'm always happy to help.
Okay, so there's a question from Penny in the chat that says, people push back that schools have to deal with, something else came in and moved it. People push back that schools have to deal with too many of society's ills. What do you say to this?
Is that for me in particular?
I am wondering, Penny, can you switch your microphone on and expand on this? Or, sorry, there was your timer. See how much time you gave us, Roxanne? Wonderful. I'm thinking that maybe because when you think of domestic violence and it being a wider societal issue, and not particularly a school issue, so they're saying schools have to deal with some of these societal ills. So what do you think about that?
I think that's a great question, Penny, so thank you so much for asking it. So what is the purpose of a school if not to teach? And beyond that, the curriculum, do we not have to perhaps think about what the purpose of, and when I say schools, I'm very, very aware that I'm being a little bit naive here, because I do come from the HE sector. So my experiences are that, and when dealing with adult learners is obviously very different from dealing with child learners. But I would think my perspective for what it is worth is that schools should be addressing these issues, because the remit of a school is to aid their learners So if domestic abuse affects students, it affects the pupils. Children of the hidden victims of domestic abuse because they have to either witness abuse or they are victims themselves. And only recently, I'm sure many of you would have heard about the discovery of, it wasn't a discovery to people in the forensic psychology area, but the sheer extent of sexual assault and abuse in schools. It's one of the highest areas. So isn't a school then obliged to deal with abuse? So if young girls are getting sexually assaulted at school, that should be an issue, and it's the same as racism, I would think. So yes, I personally feel very strongly about this, but then again, I'm a real advocate for a complete shift in education. I believe learning shouldn't just be about that part of the curriculum. So I would change many things about teaching if I could. I'm not sure if it answers your question properly, Penny, but I gave it a good go.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions in the chat and any hands raised as yet, so I'm going to use chair's privilege and ask my own questions until I see questions coming in. Oh, I see some coming in now. I'm still going to use my chair's privilege and field those ones afterwards. And it's actually tagging on to what Penny has asked, and this whole idea of the ills of society and what you've just said around harassment in schools, because we know there's a lot around gender and racial harassment. And how do you think schools can be, like, what are some like top 3 tips? Because I know you had the guide with best practice. So what are like the top 3 tips on addressing racial and gender harassment in school setting or wider society, whichever you feel comfortable making recommendations on?
Yeah, at the same time, I'm just going to echo what Professor Miller said there about schools should care, and he's written content to cover gender-based violence in many different countries. 3 top things. We spent a dedicated time to this. We were absorbed in it, and we think the starting point is policy making, and it needs to start from board level up. And this is where I think it's really important that senior executive teams are involved in this decision making. And if you're brave enough and you're not in the senior executive team, what's stopping you contacting your senior executives, your head teachers, your the board level, and saying to them it needs to come top down, especially during lockdown. I couldn't quite believe how slow the education sector was in responding to the fact that people are now suddenly working from home, stuck at home. They called it the perfect storm where people are stuck at home with their abusers. School is often, so I'll call it education, schools, colleges and universities, they're a respite for many people. And it's not just the staff and students, the staff come to work to escape the abuse at home. It's a short break. So I think it's so pervasive, it's so large. It can be overwhelming. People don't know where to begin to deal with society. And I loved what James was saying about it, the evil of it. It's evil, but it's everyday life for some people. And the talk of psychopaths, I always have a chuckle when you mention that study, James, about CEOs and psychopathy. I've worked with psychopaths in Ashworth Prison. They're not people who are hidden, they're amongst us. Some of the most aggressive violent people are amongst us. So I think it's that starting point, developing policy that's evidence-based, and taking it from there, really. I don't think we should it shouldn't be a dirty thing to talk, that we shouldn't talk about, like racism. It's something that affects so many people, but it's become normalized, so we don't talk about it. So I think it's important that we talk about it a lot. In the same way, I'm going to mention my age again. When I was young, I remember a program called That's Life. And on That's Life on a Sunday, because I knew it was school the next day, it's the first time I'd heard about Childline and this idea of child abuse. And it took some brave people to talk about it. Before that, people didn't think it was a thing that happened anymore. And that was only recently, it's only very recently that striking your wife has become a crime. you know, society, we're not that advanced in the UK, actually, if you look at legality. So it's a starting point. I've started talking a little bit too much, I've noticed there, Kanisha.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to take it now to the other panelists. So I see a question from NK, but I just want to go back to a question that NK had asked in the chat while Alana had spoken. And the question was in relation to policy. Well, I'm thinking it was something to do with the policies that were mentioned earlier, and asking how do they get training on policy review. Do you want to help NK with that question, Alana?
I suppose the short answer is Paul.
That's what I was going to say.
The short answer is talk to Paul. And when I say talk to Paul, it's because depending on what your policy is focused upon, getting someone who has in-depth knowledge as opposed to someone who's jack of all trades is going to hold you in extremely good stead, because they will be looking and doing that audit from the outside. And that audit from the outside sometimes is incredibly important. There are other schools who have set up partnership, or dioceses who have set up partnerships where they're working together and doing audits of each other so that they can get a far more honest and open view, and then looking at how they can use specialist services to enrich what they write into their policies. And I cannot emphasize enough, I'm an advocate for reviewing your policies with a wide range of people. If only the people who wrote it are the people who read it before it goes to publication, then you're never going to spot any of the errors in your own writing. So therefore, every policy that you come forward with needs to be something that is reviewed. And keep your policies short, because there is nothing worse in education than having 30 different policies to read that are 10 pages each. I can guarantee you no one is reading it. If you can get a one-page or a double-sided page policy system going where there's a summary, and for more information, you do referencing across, then you'll get far greater uptake by your staff and everyone around than if you have a 20-page, really gloriously extremely well-researched and all included and embedded there, policy put onto your website. No one will pick it up.
Okay, thank you so much, Alana. And moving on to Roxanne. So NK had another question on policy for you as well. So the question is, hi, I work as a lecturer in FE sector. I have a few questions. So should all FE and HE have a domestic abuse policy? I look forward to reading those guidances. That was the question. So do you think all should they have a domestic violence policy? Domestic abuse policy?
I'm a very eager person. I've already answered her in the chat, and I'd love to reflect on it. Yes, I believe that if students are customers now, and they are paying for an education, and there's nearly all universities have a statement where they say that they will safeguard all of their students, regardless of their age, sexualities, sexual identity, their ethnicity, their religion. And so for that particular reason, if they're going to help them get the best that they can from their education, then I believe then all universities and colleges should do so. And also in developing the guidance, what we learned, and again, this is where Professor Miller's and all the experts that fed into this, we did so much research, and you should have, we were surprised, and I've been doing this for 20 years, and I thought, why hasn't this been done before? Why isn't this the norm? It should be the norm. And when we started looking at the impact of domestic abuse on studying and outputs, and how well academic attainment, how much was affected by that. And what about in the workplace? I mean, I suppose I'm not just talking about students, I'm talking about staff members who are victims. Studies by our union found that at least a third of domestic abuse continues from home into the workplace. So stalking, and I find a shocking statistic in America, two out of every 10 domestic homicides take place in the workplace. It's an extension from home. So in many ways, yes, I do believe that every FE and HE Institute has an obligation to their staff and students, but also the wider community to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Paul, I see you have a question. Do you want to voice your question? Your question for James Lane.
No, I don't have a question. It was a question that Penny asked James about whether his ad could be replicated against you know, more widely across the sector, and how he thinks he'll be able to model that and galvanize work around that.
So is it the question that Penny has asked here, because your question came in before Penny's, well, your comment came in before Penny's. So the question I'm seeing here from Penny, so a question for James: to what extent are you able to influence more widely with your practice and your practice around anti-racism? For example, your job your job ad should be adopted across Haringey Education Partnership as best practice. So just stating it for those who are not seeing the chat.
Yeah, look, Penny, it's a really good point, and I steal most of my ideas from other people, and this is one I've taken from Steve Munby in his book called Imperfect Leadership, where he was reflecting on the time he was appointing national leaders of education. And of course, at that time, in order to be at that level, you had to have an outstanding school. But what he found is the people from that self-selecting group of outstanding leaders had no real concept of systems thinking. What they were really good at was replicating those standardized models of schools that they had. So what they wanted to do was lift this model of schooling and drop it into another context, which was completely inappropriate. And they had no skill set for thinking more broadly. So Steve Munby's reflection is that you need to be careful with the leaders that you recruit. So look, for the last few years, I've been working with future leaders and ambition leadership in trying to really redefine what excellent leadership is. And it's not, and I think sometimes our young leaders in schools look up to their MAT CEOs and think, I need to be like them. Actually, no, they were the first generation of leaders we thought we needed, but actually we didn't, and haven't taken the model forward in the way we wanted to. And too many of them have been warped by the accountability systems we have into leaders they probably never wanted to be anyway. So I don't want to malign all the leaders, but we are warped by accountability into delivering what we have to deliver. So yes, I've been working really hard with that, and I will continue to work hard, and I will work with HEP and governors' organisations, because ultimately this is a governor's decision. I remember coaching a young chap who was really fresh-faced, but had all those qualities in that revised ad I did. But one of his major questions to me is, should I grow a beard because I look a bit young? I want the governors to take me seriously. And I said, look, you know, be you and be the one they want to select. A beard won't make the difference. But you can see the mentality our young leaders have. They're trying to live up to an unrealistic model. We need to change the narrative. And I think it was Mushrat before saying, let's flip the question. Let's flip the notion. And, you know, it was Ken Robertson said, we need to start a revolution, and the revolution starts with us. So, you know, we all need to go out and agitate and be active for these things. Our school leaders need to be better, and we need to make them better by the directions we push them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read out a question that we have from Catherine Harper, because I know she's having audio issues. So there have been many reset moments, George Floyd's murder being clearly one of those. But I wonder if there's enough of a reset moment after the Euros abuse of Rashford, Sancho, and Saka, for us to sustain the pressure that we so that is the networks like us that we need to grow the demand for change. So can we take a deep breath now? Can we take a deep breath and now embark on not being put to one side as a marginal lobby for social justice through our workplace? So how best to sustain the energy of this latest reset moment? panelists, each of you can address this, and then I'm going to pass over to Professor Miller to close off the session on time. Well, just about on time. So Alana, I'm going to start with you. I'm just going to do it in the order. Alana, James, and Roxanne.
I think first we'd have to admit to ourselves, when we saw those three gentlemen miss that penalty, I think each and every one of us knew what was going to happen the very next day. And that's because in wider society, there's still that performative manner in which in which racism is regarded. So everyone was quick to praise and say Gareth Southgate has changed everything without giving the depth of the substance. And I think that's what I spoke about earlier. We need to look at the substance of the matter. Do I think there've been more than enough? Yeah, there've been over 50 years of more than enough points of violence that we could look at and indicate as pressure points for change. But we need to move it from a dependence on our leaders to make change happen, to getting people to understand in greater depth why change needs to happen. Because mark my words, by next week, there will be someone else who will be in the newspaper saying, yeah, but we've solved that race problem. We do it so much better than place XYZ, and therefore this isn't necessary. Do I think we at the grassroots need to come together in far more solidarity and work together to create one sustained push towards racial change? Yes, I do think that has to come from us in solidarity and not picking apart at different elements of it. But I want to be the voice of positivity, and I know change is going to happen, but I think it's going to continue to happen slowly.
Alana, I think my microphone might be working, and I just want to say thank you very much. I feel so angry at the moment that I hope that that energy can be pushed into something more positive, and that, you know, I'm tired of reset moments, and I know everyone else is. So I'm hoping that this will change something, or at least begin that.
It'll come to how people regard things. So if we look at the Rashford mural and how it was regarded, when it got the abuse sprayed onto it, everyone now is saying, yes, but focus on the people who came out and covered it all up. And I want to say to them, actually, let's focus on the people who did it in the first place and why they thought that was acceptable to do in a public place in front of everyone else. Focus on the people who decided they could beat people up in the middle of the street just for being Black. Focus on the people who could shout slurs at others just for being Black, and they think that's okay. And let's focus on where that comes from. It's beautiful, all the people who are there to push to cover things up, but we can't put a sticky plaster over a cut that is so deep. I've used all my time there, Kanisha, sorry.
Thank you. James, this is going to be your final statement moment. So you're responding to Catherine, or there are several questions for you, James, in the chat that I have not had a chance to get to. So just your closing statements, and you can sort of summarize everything you want to put up now.
Yeah, and I've replied to James in the chat, and Liz has asked me a question. I think the thing is, this is a process, not an event. You know, we're talking about wicked problems here, and ultra wicked problems of intersectionality between so many things. You know, we need to keep leaning on this, you know, arc of history so it bends towards justice, and keep leaning with all our weight, doing what we know is right for the right reasons. So, you know, solving wicked problems. James asked me if the book made a difference. Not as much as I wanted, but it's a process. So I've changed some people. I'm still working on others. But yeah, just I'll keep slogging away. But knowing I've got these people with me and everyone here today is really heartening.
Thank you very much, James. Dr. Roxana Khan, are you still here? I can't see you on my screen.
I'm definitely still.
Oh, yes, you're here. So closing remarks, and I see some questions in the chat if you want to address any, because I know this is being recorded. So those who can't see the chat, it's good to just kind of summarize for their benefit.
I think that I'm a psychologist, and I think that I have to end on a positive note, which is slightly annoying because we're talking about very hurtful things. And I think that there's more good in the world than there is bad. And it's always been this way. It might feel like things have got worse, but they've always been there. We all know that it's always been there. It's just showing itself more because growth is quiet, but destruction is loud. So destructive, loud, wicked people, as James said, they're loud. They speak loud, but growth, things that happen underneath, the roots that are growing are quieter. So I'm going to walk away from this this meeting, and I have to say it's a real pleasure to hear everyone speak, but all the questions as well. It's a lot to think about. I think that we've got a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of change to make as well, but again, all of us have something to contribute. Everyone can bring something to the table. So again, just thank you, everyone, and thank you for organising it.
Okay, thank you very much to the speakers. I'm going to hand over now to Professor Miller, who's going to close out the session. Paul Miller, I'm not seeing your camera on. Oh, there we go. So handing over to you now, Professor Miller, to close off this session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you to all of you for attending this, our third and final session in our first annual conference on equity in education. We were talking, a couple of us here at Educational Equity, and we were saying we can't believe that nobody had spotted that there is no annual conference on equity in education. So we are hoping that, you know, in 10 years' time, you know, this will be the sort of go-to conference dealing with these important issues from nursery to university. We hope also that next year's conference will be at least a hybrid, you know, so some of what Roxanne talked about, being able to meet face-to-face, being able to have a chat over coffee and so on, but also being like this as well to accommodate much more people from all parts of the world. And so on. Kenisha, for example, is in Jamaica at the moment, beaming in to us. Thank you, Kenisha. So thanks again, colleagues, for joining us. Thank you to our chair. Thank you to our speakers, Dr. Roxanne Khan, Dr. James Lane, and Alana Gay. And just some 4 facts about EES before you go and enjoy the sunshine. We are an evidence-based consulting business around anti-racism and EDI. So we're not using classic one-liners, but evidence-led work. And we have developed the first accredited CPD program in the UK on equity, inclusion, and organizational diversity. We have also developed, Kenisha and I, the inclusive curriculum framework inventory, which we have tested in universities, in schools, in colleges. And so if you really want to do your curriculum development work, that's what you need to be thinking about. And also we have the journal, you see the picture in the background, Equity in Education and Society, which is published through SAGE. So you're welcome to submit your case studies of practice in your organizations, whether they are nurseries or schools or colleges or universities. We welcome contributions from everywhere and anywhere because we want to be a forum for inclusion. So colleagues, on this warm day and 6 minutes overtime, thank you very much, keep safe, and we will see you next year, if not before. Take care.